Музык. Я тогда в 10:09. 10:10. Здесь что? Болды ғой, иә?
Раз. Нормально? Раз. Проверка. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Сейчас, если здесь стоять буду. Нормально? Окей. Это отсюда.
У меня обновления начались в Zoom. Сейчас, секунду. Прими. Олжас. Как можно убрать, чтобы не было? Да. Давай уберем. Убрал? Классно. Лайв идет. Супер.
Чисто писать же будет? Так. Раз, два, три. Включить. Тест. Почему я слышу там все? Тест. Тест. Нет, слышно. Там не видно. Это вот то, что в YouTube идет.
Алло. Олжас.
Алжик. Алжик.
Амин.
Да, ты из- Я тут... Ой.
Нет, нет.
Видео будет? Вообще какой-нибудь? Кто-нибудь будет ставить? Не будет?
주고는 얼어버린 맘을 녹여줄 수 있게 너를 꼭 안아줄게
Terus.
Good morning, good week, good nearly end of the month and nearly end of the semester. It's great to have you here, and it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you to the 7th GSPP International Annual Conference. That's a tradition that was launched by Ordine when he joined us in 2015. And from 2016 onward, every year we've had a conference. We have always had the pleasure to have fabulous speakers, and today we're very lucky to have Professor Fernando Bertoa Casal. I would like to thank the provost for joining us, the vice provost Loreto Donner for joining us, and all of you for coming here today. Today we have a very nice program. We have a great presentation. We have 26 papers in 6 panels. We're going to have a book launch later in the afternoon, and we have very distinguished speaker either in person or online. So it will be a very nice program, and we hope that we will try to attend as many panel sessions as possible. Fernando, for those of you who don't know him, is probably the single most important scholar in party system change, at least of my generation. I cannot say the whole generation because his advisor, Peter Mayer, was obviously the party system change person. He actually launched that kind of inquiry for many years. For those of you who don't study party systems, we were concerned with Lipset and Rock and Friesen hypothesis, which in a bottom line said that the party system of the 1960s were identical to the party system of the 1920s because the cleavage structure on the basis of which this party system had been built had not changed. But actually starting in the 90s, some attention started being devoted to the fact the party system had started to change. And so methodologies were devised to track change, understand change, and so forth and so on. Peter Mayer was one of the key figures in that line of research. Even yours truly does some research along those lines. But actually, there's no question that Professor Bertoa is the single most important voice in this debate. And I thought it would be a very good fit for our conference because our conference is devoted to the shifting boundaries in global and local governance. And therefore, especially when we speak about democratic governance, we need to also think about political parties and party systems that are so important for making governments work. Today, Professor Bertoa will give a presentation on the crisis of representative democracy. For those of you who have read the Katz Democracy in Election, I think came out with Oxford in 1997. Katz said that there are very different conceptualization of democracies. You know, you have participatory democracy, communitarian democracy, and so forth and so on. One of the types of democracy is a representative one. Most of the democracies where we come from are representative. We vote people to, take decision on our behalf and try to do things that are good for us. And so there's been some consensus that in recent years, democratic quality is being declining. We had a speech about that last year by Larry Diamond. And this year we are very fortunate to have Fernando here to give us some additional food for thought. Fernando, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation, Professor Pelizzo. Good morning to the authorities. It's really a honor to be the keynote speaker of today's conferences. I was here, some 8-9 years ago, and I'm very happy to see that things are doing great in this university. Things are developing, so it's really a pleasure. As Professor Pelizzo mentioned, I thought that given that you have the theme of the conference regarding shifting boundaries in global governance, I would talk a bit about what is going on in the world, and especially in Europe, which is the continent I know best, in order to see how party systems and political parties themselves are changing. And one of the, I would say, changes, more important changes, has been, of course, the crisis of representative democracy and the rise of populism. Let me then start by saying that the crisis of representative democracy is not something new. I would say that democracy has been challenged for some time. When you take, for example, Wolfgang Merkel, different dimensions of an embedded democracy, right? We can see that there have been different phenomena that have been, putting into question some of those dimensions. Of course, you have the process of globalization and Europeanization that have been challenging dimensions regarding, for example, horizontal responsibility, government effective power, more recently, and for example, with the Syrian, immigration crisis that we had, in the European Union, there was, of course, the problem to see who should be protected, which are the minorities, which rights should be then given, right? In terms, for example, of the 2008 Great Recession and the social economic inequality that has been rising in the later years, you also have a question of what is the ones that should be participating, how representation should take place, are really political rights in decline. And finally, of course, with the Russian intervention in the Brexit referendum, in the 2016, elections in the United States, also, in my own country, in, Catalonia, or, for example, in attempts in France and other European countries, we can even see that the core of representative democracy, the electoral regime, is being challenged. Of course, the reaction has been that there has been an increase in the sense of, the anti-partisan feeling. There is this idea that political parties are not necessary anymore, that why we need political parties if we can be run by experts. And for example, the COVID pandemic has also increased this feeling that, we don't need political parties. What we just need is experts. In fact, when we look at the level of trust in political parties, this is data from before the United Kingdom left the European Union. We can see that, on average, around 17% of European citizens really trust in political parties. Of course, we have, the Nordic parties on top, but in countries like, unconsolidated democracies like France, my own country, Spain, or Italy, we see that, citizens do not trust, political parties. And of course, this is problematic because political parties are the center of, representative democracy. The problem is even bigger because it's not only that political parties are not being trusted, it's that, political parties are, the least trusted representative institutions, but also other representative institutions like parliament or central government are less trusted than institutions that are neither representative nor accountable in terms of vertical accountability. And this, of course, as you can imagine, is certainly problematic because at the end of the day, the representative democracy is based on, this principle of representation of which political parties and other representative institutions are at the core. Moreover, political parties are considered to be the most corrupted institutions. And you can see this from the survey by Transparency International that, try to ask which of those institutions were considered to be or perceived to be more corrupt in your country. You can see that in 51 out of 107 of the countries that were surveyed, political parties are considered to be, the most corrupted institutions. And if you look at the countries where, Canada, United States, Spain, Portugal, Italy, France, United Kingdom, Germany, Norway, Finland, Australia, very well consolidated democracies. Political parties are perceived as corrupted, as non-representing, as non-trusted. And this has, of course, generated a backlash. In this sense, what has happened is that, populist parties, anti-systemic parties, illiberal parties, anti-established parties have been succeeding again and again in most recent elections. This is a table that comes, from the recent book that I published with Sheldon Yeddy in Oxford University Press, where we look at the determinants and the consequence of party system stability. You see here the percentage of vote for anti-establishment parties. For anti-establishment parties, I consider populist, illiberal, anti-systemic, extreme, pariah political parties. You see that never since the beginning of the 20th century, the percentage of support for anti-establishment parties, so anti-democratic parties, has been as high as in the recent decade, to the point that basically 1/5 of the electorate on average tend to vote for this type of parties. And this is, sorry, there should be a graph here, which I don't know why it's not, but the graph should tell you that clearly there is a trend that is common, not just in Western Europe, but also in Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, and this is something that you can see even in single countries, with the exception perhaps of Malta, which has only 2 parties and not much happens there. In the other European countries, you see clearly a steady increase in support for this type of anti-democratic parties. So is this a problem? Is the fact that the level of support for anti-establishment parties increasing? Well, this is something that scholars have compared to a cancer, right? Populism, is a cancer. There is this idea that populism, destroys, liberal democracy, and in some cases even can destroy, democracy altogether. So in a study that uses, my data set, you can find the data in whogoverns.eu that looks at all European democracies since 1848, we show indeed that support for anti-establishment parties has a significant and negative relation with, the level of democracy, and controlling, from different institutional factors for, economic factors, and also even for the age of democracy. Clearly, there is a negative significant relation, meaning, the more the support for anti-establishment parties, the lower the quality of democracy. And this, as you can see here, independently, if you are looking at new post-communist democracies or the more consolidated democracies in Western Europe. And of course, Professor Pelisso was mentioning before about the different types of democracy, different dimensions of democracy. It doesn't matter the dimension that you look at. If you look at, electoral democracy, liberal democracy, deliberative democracy, participatory democracy, or egalitarian democracy, the relationship is clearly, negative and significant in the sense that the more support for anti-establishment parties, the lower the level of democracy. So clearly, we can see that support for populist parties, support for anti-establishment parties is a menace for democracy. So the question is, we need to do something about it, and we need to know what is that, what is that causes this support for anti-establishment parties? Because only when we really understand what is that drives people to vote for these anti-democratic parties, that we can try to find a solution to the problem of illiberalism. Sorry, but I think, the climate in Kazakhstan is a bit dry. So what causes the level of support for establishment parties? Well, there are different theories. Of course, you have economy. There is this idea that, of course, when you don't have money in your pocket, you are going to look for those parties that offer, simple solutions to complex problems. So in this sense, it is clear that having low economic development will lead, political voters to vote for populist parties that clearly offer you a solution for the problems that you may have. There are also those, including my mentor, Peter Mayer, who thought that, well, the problem is that, political parties have been, basically failing to represent, to perform their functions. And therefore, because voters do not feel represented anymore, they tend to vote for those that offer, representation of themselves, the people, right? So there is this idea that, political parties have stopped mobilizing, that there is a mutual withdrawal and clear separation between political parties and political leaders and voters, that political parties, as Ingrid Van Biesen mentioned, have become public utilities, meaning they are entrenched in the state and they don't not represent, voters anymore, and of course leads to the voters and the electorate to find, alternative solutions, which is not, political parties and representative democracy. Of course, there is the American school led by, Russell Dalton, who thinks that it's about, social change, right? There is this, a thawing of, traditional cleavages. Professor Plischer was mentioning, of course, the seminal work of Lipset and Rockan, and we see that the process of globalization and secularization have led to the decline in the class cleavage and the religious cleavage, just to put some examples. And of course, there is the final one that refers to the economic crisis, to the big economic crisis that took place in 2008, which was not just an economic and financial crisis, but also a social, political, cultural crisis. In an article that we published in the European Political Science Review a couple of years ago with a colleague from the Autonomous University in Madrid, we look at these issues, at the determinants of vote for anti-establishment parties, and what we found is that first of all, economic development does not have an impact on support for anti-establishment parties. What it has an impact is, and we use here two proxies, effective number of electoral parties and volatility, to capture the crisis of traditional parties and the social change. They have a positive and significant effect, meaning that the more the crisis of parties and therefore the higher the level of fragmentation, the more the support for anti-establishment parties, and also the more the social change, the higher the volatility, the higher the level of support for anti-establishment political parties. And you see here that there is a positive and significant effect of these two variables. Of course, you can ask me, well, what about the 2008 Great Recession? Well, in fact, what is interesting, what we found is via an interaction, what it happens is that the Great Recession was not necessarily the cause of the support for anti-establishment parties, but it was just a complement. So we can say, and you can see it here, before the Great Recession, political parties were already in decline, and there was also already important levels of social change. It is after the Great Recession that these two factors clearly have a more significant impact on a level of support for anti-establishment parties. So we can say that the Great Recession became a bit like the fuel to a fire that was already there before the Great Recession. So the question is, and the interpretation that they get from these results is that populism in reality is not the illness, right? It's not the problem per se. I think that there is a more important problem, and we need to go into the core of that problem. I think that the populism is just a symptom of a greater illness, which is the crisis of traditional political parties. And this is very important because by knowing this, I think that we can address certainly the real problem. Social change. Well, I cannot, or I should not, try to engineer society, but I can, of course, try to recommend political parties how they can act, how they can reinvigorate in order to save democracy. So just to follow the medical metaphor, let's imagine ourselves not as political science, but as surgeons, right? So we have a sickness, right? Cancer of the representative democracy, which has a main cause, right? Which is the crisis of traditional political parties. So what do you usually do when you have a cancer? Well, you have different remedies. You can, of course, do a surgery. You can extirpate the tumors, right? So the tumors of this, cancer, in our case, are, populist, extremist, anti-systemic political parties, right? Extirpation would lead to the prohibition, the banning of these parties. And in fact, there have been calls for, the banning of, populist parties in some countries. This, for example, has happened in, my country, Spain, where, Vox, the radical right party, wants Podemos, the leftist radical party, to be banned, and the other way around, right? But there is a problem with this solution. There is a problem that it is really right for a democracy to ban political parties. Of course, we have the concept of a militant democracy, but there is a huge debate in scholarship about the morality of really extirpating, banning political parties. Moreover, from a legal perspective, the European Court of Human Rights says that banning should only be the last resort that a country has. Only when democracy is really in trouble, a state is allowed to ban political parties. And then, like with the alcohol prohibition in the United States, there is a question of time, right? In order for a ban of political parties to be effective, it has to be always maintained over time. And like, for example, the Spanish case shows with, Herri Batasuna, the political arm of the terrorist group ETA, there is a moment when, you have to leave, the ban on for different political reasons. The leave is banned, and therefore, the prohibition doesn't work. Moreover, I love, to look into history to try to understand, how the future is going to look like. And when we look at the history, we see that, yes, there have been cases of banning extreme and, populist and, anti-systemic parties that were successful. For example, you have, in the, West Germany after the Second World War, the communists and the neo-fascists, were banned, and the party system consolidated and stabilized, and democracy was safe. You have a similar initiative in Finland in the 1930s when the Lapua movement was banned, and Finland also safe its democracy. But of course, there has been no other country in the world that has banned in Europe that has banned more political parties than Turkey, and we know the results of this banning, meaning that democracy recently collapsed there, and certainly there was not a solution. And of course, I mentioned the case of Spain, where the ban was lifted, and the terrorist political party is supporting currently the government. So therefore, you see that sometimes bans work, sometimes they do not. A second solution would be chemotherapy, right? What would be the chemotherapy of political science? Well, it would be discrimination. The French call it cordon sanitaire, and you would be to basically say, look, we don't want to deal with you. We are not going to talk to you. You are going to be treated as pariah parties. Again, there is this problem, of course, that it needs to be maintained over time. And of course, it needs to be maintained at all levels. Because, if you discriminate those parties at the national level, but you still deal with them at the local level, there will be a sad point that, these, the relationships at the local level will spill off over the national level, and the cordon sanitaire will not function. Of course, there is also the outsider syndrome, because by treating them like that, by discriminating them, what you are just doing is, to put more fuel to the fire of the discourse of populist parties. And what you are creating is a martyr, syndrome, by making them really, the martyrs of the political system. And the populists will say, you see, I told you, these are the corrupt elites. They don't want to really deal with the representatives of the people. And this will increase the support for populist parties. When we look into history, we see that there have been cases where discrimination has worked well. Think of Czechoslovakia in the interwar period, where all political parties, they were called the Pentka, because there were five main political parties that were always making coalitions among themselves together, discriminating the communists on the left, and then Nazis on the right. And Czechoslovakia was the only Eastern European democracy that did not collapse after the First World War. Of course, it collapsed later with the invasion of Germany, but it was an external factor. We have, of course, Italy. In Italy, you have the Christian democracy, the Liberal Party, the Socialist Party, the Social Democratic Party, the Republican Party, all together in coalition, discriminating the communists on the left and the neo-fascists on the right. And the Italian democracy survived with its problems, of course, but it survived. However, the cordon sanitaire clearly, that was applied in France didn't work. Le Pen may have lost the last two presidential elections, but I think it's on the way of maybe winning the next ones. And in any case, the Front National is increasing over time. And the same, for example, happens in Belgium with the National Flemish. The third, let's say, therapy would be, hormone therapy, right? This is, applied in the case of, some cases of cancer. In our case, it would be accommodation, reconciliation, this idea that, if you can beat them, join them, right? So it's this idea that you can either accept, adapt some of their principles. This is what happened in the United Kingdom, where the Conservative Party decided to, adopt the Brexit, policies of the, of UKIP, right? or you can, make a coalition with them, like it happened, for example, currently in Spain, where the Socialist Party is in coalition with the Communist and the populist radical left party. You have, of course, cases where some of these parties moderated, like the Québécois party in Belgium, or where it just proved that the populists are as corrupt as irrepresentative than the other political traditional parties. Moreover, cases of success, well, we have in Italy, for example, when Berlusconi and Forza Italia incorporated, Alleanza Nazionale with Fini, and the party disappeared. You have, for example, in Ukraine, before the war, when Svoboda also was included in the government, and they disappeared. But you have also the Italian case, which is a case of failure, because the Lega or the Brothers of Italy, which are considered to be radical right parties, are still there and very successful. Or, for example, in Poland, where the center right made a coalition with the two populist parties. This disappeared, but the center right became the populist party. So clearly showing that accommodation does not solve the problem. So we arrive to the last possibility, which is what I call regeneration. It's like applying a stem cell therapy in the case of cancer. I call it also the diet of traditional political parties. It's about regenerating from inside. And I think that, and I support this solution, because I think it is only by a regeneration of traditional political parties, by recovering the trust of the citizens, we can really, save representative democracy. And this new diet would have different solutions. Some of them have already been tried. Some of them are very obvious, but it seems that political leaders are very deaf to the things that we political science have to say. This is not surprising, right? So the first one would be institutionalization, meaning political parties need to have strong organizations. There are wonderful studies by Nicole Bollier that published an excellent book in 2013 about the importance, for example, of institutionalization for new political parties. Also, Margit Tavis, Cambridge University Press, the same year, 2013, in relation to Eastern European countries. So clearly showing that you need strong organizations, that you cannot really, you can win elections with a tweet. It's true, but 4 years later you will be out of business. So clearly it is important that political parties really understand that organizations are important. In my country in 2015, there was an explosion of the party system. New parties appear. We are going to have elections at the end of this year. All these new parties who didn't invest on organizations are going to disappear, or basically are going to be very minor. So clearly important. The importance of canvassing, this is something that you need to understand. The importance of membership. I'm not saying that we have to come back to the mass party. Times have changed, but clearly it is important that you keep strong organizations, and as Levitsky mentioned, your party becomes important by itself. It's infused with value, using Stephen Levitsky words. It is important, of course, that political parties are responsive. I think that it is important for regenerating and increasing the trust of political parties. If a political party promises that it's going to reduce taxes, and the first thing that it does, when it comes to government, is increase taxes, well, this, you have a problem, in the sense that in reality, political parties are not going to trust anymore. It is important that they are responsible. This is something that Peter Mayer worked a lot on, and wrote a lot on the difference between traditional parties that are responsible, but perhaps not representative anymore, and populist parties that are totally irresponsible, but they might be a bit more representative. It is essential that political parties do not fall into what I call the outbidding, promising the moon and the sun, and in reality knowing that they are unable to deliver. These are very basic things, but what you look into our democracies, even the most consolidated ones, the United Kingdom, France, Spain, Italy, you clearly see that political parties continue promising in electoral campaigns things that they know they are not going to deliver. And the populists do the same, but the populists, are most probably not being in government, and therefore they can do so, right? It is important also that political parties become transparent. This is something that I have worked a lot as member of the core group of political party experts of the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. One of the hobby horses of populism is corruption. In many countries, populists have made corruption the center of the discourse. And this is because traditional political parties have not worked in the transparency of their decision making, in their finances. With the technologies that we have nowadays, it's so easy to be transparent. You could have in real life, time in your website, what is that you are getting, from whom you are getting it, where are you spending your finances. I think that this clearly will increase trust of political of voters and supporters. It's important that they lead by example. What you cannot do, for example, is you impose restricting measures, and then what is discovered that the Minister of Health have been having a relationship with his secretary, like it happened in the United Kingdom, when in theory each one should have been in his home. I mean, it's not about the fact that one was married, the other was not married. This is a different thing. The important thing is that they were breaking the rules. When Boris Johnson organized all the parties in 10 Downing Street, while we have to be at home, we could not even visit our grandparents or our cousins. Well, clearly this is not leading by example. When, for example, there is a regulation in the Spanish parliament that says that only half of the forum can be in parliament to keep social distance, and the president comes from negotiating the funds of the European Union, and all the government parties come together to clap to the new leader that has come to bring money from heaven. How voters are going to trust political parties if they are breaking their own rules? It is also important that political parties have long-term policies. One of the problems that I see nowadays is that political parties only think not just in the next election, not just in the next survey. They just even think in terms of the next tweet, which is just really crazy and problematic. I think that it is important that long-term policies and perspectives are taken into consideration. And in this sense, it is important that political parties arrive to compromise. There are certain policies that should be compromised by the main political traditional parties: education, immigration, justice. There are certain things that cannot be changed every time a government comes in. In my country, in Spain, every time that there is a change of government, there is a new law on education, the new law on immigration, there is a new judicial reform. This is not something that will really make citizens trust. And finally, last but not least, it is essential that political parties have a non-zero-sum conception of democracy. And this is something that it should be clearly in contrast with populist parties, for whom democracy is a zero-sum game. So one of the problems that I see nowadays is that traditional political parties do not believe in government alternation anymore. They try themselves, in many cases, to rig the institutions, to co-opt the judiciary in order to avoid alternation. And this is something that we cannot allow. Democracy is about alternation. And this is very important that we take into consideration. So just to summarize, and using once again, the medical metaphor, right? When you are told, hopefully none of us will ever, but you are told that you have cancer, there are different stages of grief, right? First, you deny it. You don't want to believe it. So in a way, you know, this is what happens, you know, when you want to ban populist parties. You deny, you know, they do not exist, okay? We know that denial does not work. Prohibition does not work. Then you get angry, right? So what you do, you discriminate populist parties. I'm not going to talk to them, never. We are going to treat them as pariah. We know that this doesn't work. The third stage of grief is bargaining. So you accommodate them somehow, ideologically, you know, like for example in Denmark, where you know the traditional party decided to, you know, expropriate, you know, immigrants, which was something that you know the populist parties had been, you know, claiming for some time, right? Or you just bring them in government with the prospect of, you know, moderating them. We know that this doesn't work. So now we are in the fourth stage, depression. Oh my God, democracy, interwar period. This is a disaster. You know, China, Singapore, they are the models to follow, right? We are in a depression. What we need, you know, is acceptance. We need to accept that there are people that like to vote for these parties. They have authoritarian tendencies. What we need is to convince traditional parties of regenerating, changing, in order to really become, as before, representatives of those voters, becoming parties that are not considered corrupt, that are trusted by political parties. Only by accepting that there are populist parties and there are, you know, segments of the electorate that, you know, might think different, we can try to convince them and save, you know, representative democracy. So populist parties are certainly problematic, but they are just a symptom of a, you know, deepest illness, which is, you know, the crisis of traditional political parties. But, you know, as a party scholar, you know, I believe in political parties, moreover, because if not, they would be out of business. And like, you know, Bob the Builder, you know, you may know it, I think that it is in traditional parties that the solution lays. So they are the problem and the solution at the same time. But they have to understand that they have to change if they want to save representative democracy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Fernando, for giving us a lecture in political science, party politics, and medicine as well. Now we have a few minutes until 10 o'clock for question and answers. So if you would like to ask something from Professor Bertoa, please raise your hand and we'll make sure you get the microphone and we'll give you the answer.
Hello, thank you so much for this extremely interesting presentation, Professor Bertoa. The question that was going through my mind towards the end of your presentation is, well, first of all, I agree in terms of, and it's very great to hear talking about the regeneration of party structures, right? And the organization of parties and including adjacent qualities such as transparency and responsiveness and et cetera. So in terms of convincing them to do so, are there ideas in terms of how does a polity create incentives, so to speak, so that parties will actually do that? Because if you're in a multi-party system, like all consolidated democracies are, then why should one party go through the trouble and pay the costs essentially of, you know, regenerating its organizational structure if other parties are not doing so? So yes, is there a way to kind of create incentives for parties to do what you're suggesting? Thank you.
Well, this is the most difficult part in the sense, you know, I mean, there are, I think, incentives. I have, you know, tried so. I am currently, for example, you know, working with Westminster Foundation of Democracy on trying to improve political party assistance, you know, programs. And I have shown there that, for example, by, you know, improving transparency in you know, political parties, by introducing, you know, public finance, you know, making donations more transparent and disclosed, by increasing the level of oversight, you can also, you know, help political parties and organizations to become more stable. I think that, the secret of success is to try to show political parties that it really works, that, having a strong organizations, it helps, political parties to, no, I wouldn't say win elections, but at least, to be part of the representative, political spectrum. So, in other words, when you look, for example, at countries like Slovenia, where you have one new party formed sometimes even 3 months before elections, winning elections, yes, but disappearing immediately and governing. This is what. So they are created 3 months before elections. They become, the majoritarian, not the majoritarian, but the main party in parliament, and through coalitions they become the main governing party. And after 4 years, they are out of business. It clearly shows that without strong organizations, there is no way that a political party, can, persist over time. I mentioned before the case of Spain. In 2015, you had, new parties like, Podemos, like Ciudadanos. Ciudadanos is going to disappear in the next elections. Podemos is, going down, and they have been the smartest, to be honest, because what they did is that they formed a coalition with the communists, which have, very strong, organizational local, basis. So in this sense, it helped you to defer the decline of the political party. I think that, the important thing is to show them that really having a strong organizations helps, them not just, the party system, because, as mentioned, as I have in my book, I have a whole chapter where I show that by institutionalizing political parties, you can also institutionalize, the party system. So there are, benefits at the macro level, but there are also benefits for the party themselves. Another thing is, well, unfortunately, there are also, some political parties that are, I wouldn't go as far as to call them taxi parties, but but they just simply serve as vehicles for the political leader and the political outsider. So therefore, if the incentive of the political leader is just to become, for example, the president of the country, and he's not interested in investing in a party organization in the political party because he just wants to become president, we know it that in the re-election he does not even need the party because he already has the enough popularity, and they are not interested in investing in a party organization. Well, then it's very difficult. It's very difficult to convince this type of political parties and political leaders because they are not. They are lacking, for example, one of the dimensions that I was mentioning. This long-term perspective. They are just interested, in, for example, accessing to the presidential office. And that's it. So it's not easy. First of all, politicians don't like to listen to political scientists. This is a fact. I have had the opportunity to travel the world and advise many parliaments and governments. Only when there is a personal connection with some of them, then I have been successful. For example, in changing legislation, right? But in most cases, if they do not have a preconceived idea of what they want, for example, I was in Georgia advising for the constitutional reform, and they already wanted to get rid of presidential elections, and therefore I came with my research, which showed that direct presidential elections are not good for the civilization of the party system, and then they changed the constitution and did what I wanted. Or what I recommended, but of course, because this is what they wanted in the first place. You know what I mean? When you go to other countries and you tell them, look, I mean, you have to regulate third-party finance because this is bad for transparency of political parties and for the system, and and they are being clearly financed by third parties mostly, right? They will not certainly listen to you. So it's very difficult to do so. So in other words, there are incentives. I think that we scholars have looked into some of these aspects. There are a lot of things that need to be developed. I myself, I'm trying to write a book out of, the lecture of today that will be, a bit more, for the general public. I myself have already, do some analysis on finance, of course, on banning, using BDEM data, but there are other aspects that I myself need to, try to prove empirically, right? So I think it's work in progress, and this is how it goes.
I think we have time. Yeah, Aziz.
Morning. And oh, sorry. I'm myself from Germany, so I'm really only familiar with the German political system. And I was wanting to ask you a particular question about lobbyism, because I feel that in Germany, there has been a lot of influence, for instance, from the automobile industry onto political parties through lobbyism. And I was wondering what you think about this whole question. So how do you change parties' attitude towards something like that? Does it come first through transparency, or do you first have to renew the party so that if something like that is kind of ingrained in the party structure, that it's kind of normal to talk to automobile industries and to let them influence the way you write legislation? So do you first need to change the party structure from the inside, and then how do you do that?
Well, I think that I think that, I mean, I'm for example, very fond of regulating, but regulating as minimum as possible. So I think the important thing is transparency. Okay, the important thing is that citizens know what political parties are doing, how political parties are being financed. So, for example, if well, first of all, I'm always against the finance of political parties by corporations. I think that this makes no sense at all, because corporations do not have a common interest. It's impossible. It's impossible. So every single time I have the opportunity to recommend legislative change in this sense, I'm against corporate donations. This is one thing. If corporate donations are illegal, what you have to do is at least to have, a regulation that says that there should be a cool-off period, meaning that, for example, a company that has got, that has given a donation to a political party cannot get, a public contract, for at least 6 years, or the other way around. A company that got a contract with the government cannot finance the governing party for at least 6 years. This is something that has been implemented in certain countries, and that if you read the latest legal opinions of the Venice Commission and the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, you will see this is something that we really take very, very, very seriously. In terms of influence policy and decision making, well, I think that the important thing is that these processes are transparent, right? So I wouldn't go as far as banning this type of lobbyism, because at the end of the day they are part of the community, and they represent certain interests. So this is why political parties are there, to represent interests, aggregate them, and then try to certainly fulfill the common interest. So this is important. This is important that voters know how political parties are adopting the decision, why they are adopting the decision. I mean, for example, when Mariano Rajoy became president, he promised that he would of Spain, he would promise that he would reduce taxes. And what the first thing that he did, he increased taxes. If he would, why? Because we had a terrible economic crisis. The previous government had been spending all the money that we had. The budget was completely empty. If he would come in TV and explain the citizens why he had to change his policies, I don't think that, the People's Party would later suffer such a defeat, or at least losing the absolute majority that had gone. I think that political parties forget that, voters are not stupid, and it's better to explain them, difficult decisions. You are from Germany. When Angela Merkel, came, on TV explaining all the measures that were needed for, the COVID pandemic, the level of support for the government, increased because it was transparency. I mean, one of the lessons that we learned, from the, Spanish flu, which was not Spanish, by the way, is that, transparency, in those places where the governments were more transparent and they tried to explain things, the level of mortality was lower because, people really follow, and the same happened, with Merkel's appearance and I think it is important, I mean, if a political party wants to spend all the money, in wine, I don't think why we have to ban that. The question is, citizens should know that their party is spending their money in wine. You know what I mean? So this is what I think.
They will sustain Italian economy, by the way.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Aziz is yours. I just want to make an announcement. We have a quick question from Aziz, then we're going to have a coffee break. Now, I'm afraid that question we have to go for the coffee break. You can approach Professor Bertoa. And then at 10:20, we have two panels, one on open government and accountability. And at the same time, we have another panel on government effectiveness. So let's give Aziz a chance to ask his question, and then we proceed to
Sure. A very quick question. Thank you very much, Professor Bertoa. I guess I just want to ask, what do you think about the so-called, illiberal or anti-establishment parties? Is there any likelihood that they will also transform themselves and sort of to become part of the establishment? Again, you gave this example of National Front, but National Front is also changing, right? They are not called National Front anymore. They're called Rassemblement National. They softened the rhetoric by quite a bit, so they tried to get rid of their negative image as, this radical right sort of party. Of course, a lot of that is maybe, not exactly true, but still, is there any likelihood that these anti-liberal sort of parties will also become sort of, part of the normal, so to speak, mainstream political discourse? Thank you.
Shall I quote the Bible? Beware of those wolves in the skin of a sheep. And moreover, what you see mostly is establishment parties, Law and Justice in Poland, Fidesz in Hungary, the SNS Serbia becoming illiberal rather than the other way around. I mean, and I do not believe so much in Le Pen's, real change. I think that, I mean, it's a bit like Turkey, AKP. To be honest, I already knew in 2002 the tendencies of AKP. But people say, no, let's give it a chance. We should. Don't forget that AKP, mother and father, the Justice Party, the Welfare Party were banned. If AKP would have been banned, perhaps, we wouldn't be in the situation in Turkey that we are currently, right? So, as as the Bible says, beware of those wolves with the skin of a sheep. Okay.
Thank you very much, Fernando. Thanks, everybody.
Раз, два, три, тест. Раз, два, три. Слышно? Почему слышно? Ничего не показывает, ничего. Тест. Раз, два, три. Тест. Тест. А почему? Ну, выключи. Тест.
Dr. Akizhanov, an assistant professor at Kazgu University. Stick around because at the end of the conference, there will be a book launch by him as well. So if it's okay with the speakers, we will proceed in this format. Each speaker will have 15 minutes, including 1 or 2 minutes in the form of a point of clarification only, meaning a very important question that someone from the audience wants to have an answer to, and then after each of the presentations, we will devote 10 minutes for a Q&A session at the end of the 4 presentations. Okay, so without any further delay, we will now proceed with the presentation on open government in Central Asia towards a more accountable and participatory government by Dr. Kurmanov.
Okay, so welcome everyone. It's great to be back here at GSPP. 2 years ago, I graduated with PhD in public policy, and now I return here to present one of the book chapters that we wrote together with Saltanat Janenova, Dr. Saltanat Janenova, one of my supervisors. And in that book chapter, that is partially based on my dissertation, where I looked at open government, we are asking question of open government. Does it really lead towards a more accountable and participatory government in Central Asia? So the question that should concern all of us who live and work in Central Asia and those who are interested in adoption of democratic reforms, that in Central Asia we see that open government reform is being adopted across various countries. Hence, we ask in that book chapter 2 questions. What are the key motivations of Central Asian governments to adopt open government? And what are the challenges for open government implementation in the Central Asian context? And to answer these important questions, first of all, we need to understand what is actually open government, because some of you probably have heard a lot of fashionable terms like digital government, digital public services, electronic government, and as well as open government. But essentially, open government, if we use the operationalization of the term by the OECD, it is based on the major principle, which is citizen engagement and participation. So open government is not just about open data or about digitalization. Essentially, it is about making government responsive to the needs of citizens. Yeah. So when for this particular research, we decided to analyze 2 cases from Central Asia. So one of them is Kazakhstan, and second case is Kyrgyz Republic. So why did we choose these 2 cases? So first of all, on the surface, Kazakhstan is a hardline autocracy, while Kyrgyz Republic is a more sort of like hybrid regime. Yeah, so there is some variation in terms of its political development. Second of all, there is a difference in terms of development of digitalization. Yeah, so Kazakhstan has made huge progress in various United Nations e-participation indexes, and now is ranked in top 40 countries, while Kyrgyzstan is ranked at the 80th place. So there is a difference in that aspect. And third of all, both countries adopted various public sector reforms for past 30 years. Yeah. So and that is why it is interesting to see this open government reform in both countries. And one of the points that also Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan recently experienced violent protests. Yeah, in Kazakhstan, as you may recall, we had January events, and in Kyrgyz Republic there was a so-called October Revolution. It just happened 2 years ago. So when we analyze case of Kazakhstan, what do we see? Yeah, we see that on surface there is like a sort of like development, yeah, constant progress. Yeah, so initially zones, one-stop shops were created. Then a couple of years later, during second stage, government created open government portals. Then in 2015, Nazarbayev initiated 100 steps reforms, 5 institutional reforms, which focused on improving access to information and creating of government for citizens. Public councils were created, and different mechanisms to improve citizen participation were created. Then Tokayev came to power in 2019. He created National Council of Public Trust or Society Trust. Different scholars call it differently. In Russian, we know it as NSOT, Национальный совет общественного доверия. Then Tokayev has created National Kurultai that gathered last spring, and he actually disbanded National Council for Society Trust. Anyways, this shows you a projection that Kazakhstan is sort of like serious about this open government reform. And as you may recall, Tokayev announced during his first speech as a president, introduced his concept of listening state, yeah, or hearing state. Again, you have different terms for the same thing. So the idea is that government should listen carefully to citizens and to respond to it. In Kyrgyz Republic, we see that there is a there is also a movement towards adoption of open government reform. So in Kyrgyz Republic, they announced several programs like Digital Kyrgyzstan. In 2017, Kyrgyzstan joined Open Government Partnership, the only Central Asian country to join this global initiative that promotes open government reform. And again, if you look at Kyrgyzstan, you see that there are a lot of different initiatives that Kyrgyz government adopted. They have created a virtual reception portal to accept citizen complaints. They have created special website where citizens can look at different bills that are being discussed by Jogorku Kenesh, yeah, Kyrgyz parliament. So you have this various initiatives. But again, what we see actually in both cases of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, that there is a certainly there is an internal aspect to these reforms in terms of pursuing internal legitimization, yeah, trying to persuade citizens that Kazakh regime is truly needed for its citizens. Hence, it listens because it provides this performance. And in Kyrgyz case as well, the government is trying to persuade citizens and actively engage very strong civil society organizations in its initiatives. But also there is a significant external drive. For Kazakhstan, it was the desire by Nazarbayev to join OECD. You may recall his strategy, Kazakhstan 2050, when he announced that Kazakhstan would become top 30 developed countries. Hence, there is a sort of like a motivation to appear as normal as possible on the global stage and to become a member of this prestigious organization. For Kyrgyzstan, desire to join the Open Government Partnership was initially suggested by civil society organizations who traveled to one of the summits of OGP in Tbilisi. But then later, the Kyrgyz prime minister understood that by joining this partnership, they would be able to secure more funding and more official development assistance to that country. So again, it was more sort of like instrumental approach in adopting open government. Hence, in this after like uncovering this sort of like responding to our first question, we gently move to our second question. So what challenges hinder the implementation of open government in Central Asia? Yes, so we understand that open government is not as glossy and is not as effective as citizens of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyz Republic would ideally want that. So what are the problems with it? So initially we would say that there is a vague and ambitious objectives and hard to measure success here. So yes, we can create these institutions like National Council of Society Trust. We can create these portals, but how do we actually make citizens to participate in those institutions? And is really government being honest about being responsive to citizens? Some of the questions that are raised in that research. Second, insufficient resources. So some of the common sort of like issue that we see is that insufficient resources to widely implement this open government reform, especially in the case of Kyrgyz Republic. Then you have a problem of politics of open government. Yes, so yes, government of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyz Republic want to implement this reform and to achieve legitimization, both external and internal. But adopting this reform, do they really care about the principles of open government, which is responsiveness to citizens, which is transparency and participation of citizens? Hence, citizens, they are able to see that these reforms, they do not actually respond to what the government promised them. And as a result, you see a lack of trust between government and citizens in both countries. So coming to conclusion, open government looks appealing to Central Asia. Yes, it is a fashionable trend, just like one of the notebooks that were provided today by the conference organizers. Open government is like a beautiful Western reform that you can easily implement. But when actually citizens of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, they unpack these reforms and see what they contain, they actually see that it is blank, without real content. And our research actually shows that the institutions that were like initiatives adopted by open government, that they did not really enhance citizen participation and collaboration. Therefore, we see that it is being adopted possibly with good intentions, but in reality, the reform does not increase the responsiveness that we talk about. Yes, we should not underestimate. Yes, I have a couple of minutes. So we should not underestimate digitalization progress. Like in case of Kazakhstan, probably all of you enjoyed beautiful services provided by one-stop shops or e-government portal, digitalization of public services. And in Kyrgyzstan, they're also making huge progress in that area. But again, open government is not about digitalization of public services. It's not about how fast you can get your spravka or reference letter from a government website. It's about would a local government or central government listen your comments on a certain bill, or how would it react to one of your initiatives that you provide to government? And in the end, we say that we see imitation of participative democracy to keep stability and shift public blame. Yeah.
Now it works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A very good morning, everyone. I must start by thanking my previous speaker for clarifying some of the concepts which will make my job much easier. I won't go into clarifying what open government is all about and what are the key elements of open government, because all these things have been touched upon by the previous present speaker. As the chair said, I will take you to a quick flight from Central Asia to Southeast Asia. And this is what I'm going to talk about. Let me begin by saying that open government has become extremely popular with governments around the world, in both developing and developed countries. And of course, open government is in line with democracy. This is considered to be a key pillar of good governance. As a matter of fact, this has become a global movement. And this is particularly so since the former President Barack Obama announced or issued a directive asking federal governments to promote open government by taking special measures. And of course, open government has many other elements, but right to information, or sometimes we call access to information or freedom of access to information, is considered to be one of the key components of open government. And we can see that this has rather proliferated throughout the world. Over 120 plus countries have introduced the right to information. There are different names. Sometimes we call it access to information. Sometimes it's called right to information. This act has been introduced throughout the world. Especially in recent times, we can see a growing movement towards the enactment of such law. So this paper is about the Indonesian experience. Let me give you a very quick overview of Indonesia. Of course, Indonesia is the largest economy in Southeast Asia. It is the most populous country. 270 million people live in more than 13,000 islands in the Indonesian archipelago. So it's a huge country, like a continent. And of course, Indonesia was a former Dutch colony. And it experienced decades of authoritarian rule. In fact, much of the country's post-independence history is characterized or was characterized by an authoritarian system. The previous president, Suharto, ruled country for 32 years. And only recently, Indonesia has introduced what is called RTI, Right to Information Act. And this was introduced in the aftermath of the Asian financial crisis. And many of us, we know about the financial crisis, which exposed the levels of corruption, mismanagement, poor governance, and of course, institutional weaknesses in Indonesia, which have caused political and economic crisis, and also paved the way for significant reforms in the country. It also triggered the fall of Suharto's authoritarian system, paving the way for significant reforms. And RTI was one of the major reforms. Of course, alongside this, other reforms like decentralization of administration, bureaucratic reform, anti-corruption reform, many other reforms followed. But this is one of the reforms that we are going to talk about. And the objective of this paper is basically to assess the implementation and impact of RTI in terms of promoting open government. And this is based on expert interviews and a review of secondary data. Now, just to give you an overview of the RTI law or the act, this is known as the Public Information Disclosure Act, introduced in 2008, as I said, after the Asian financial crisis. It took a few years for them to iron out the structure or the shape, give it a shape. But the law came into effect in 2010, which required all public authorities to provide the citizens with information about virtually every aspect of their operations.
And public information has been defined very broadly to mean any information which is produced, processed, stored, managed by a public agency, thus allowing the citizens to know virtually everything that relates to the state and its operations. And the Act also mandates public agencies to disclose public information, proactively disclose public information. It also gives the citizens the right to seek and obtain information. An interesting aspect of the RTI Act is that it covers all three branches of the government: the executive, legislature, and the judicial branch. It also covers the activities or the information relating to NGOs and the private bodies which receive funding from the public sector, from the government. And also one of the distinctive features of this act is the principle of maximum and proactive disclosure, meaning that they are required to disclose information regardless whether the people are asking for it or not. They have to display and make it available. And limited exemptions, meaning that very few information are considered to be confidential, which are exempt. Otherwise, everything needs to be exposed or made available. And Indonesia also has introduced, as a part of this law, the Central Information Commission as an independent agency which would resolve all the disputes. Even at the provincial level, they have established the Provincial Information Commissions, again, to act as an arbiter between the citizens and the public bodies in cases of dispute or disagreements. And the other features include that the citizens, when they ask for information from the government agencies, public authorities, they don't have to pay. And even in cases of disputes, no fees are charged. And as I said, the public agencies, they are required to proactively disclose or publish a wide range of information. Therefore, this is seen to be a major move towards empowering citizens, towards allowing people's participation, and in the process of governing. And of course, in terms of monitoring what the government is doing with public money and other matters. So it represents a new era of governance, at least in theory, in terms of enhancing transparency, participation, openness, and accountability in the public sector. Now, in terms of implementation of this law, of course, as I said, this law or the act has been in place for more than 10 years, starting from 2010. And this law has received a widespread praise and acclaim from different quarters, both within the country and internationally. And this is seen as a groundbreaking initiative in the country's history, given the past record of long periods of authoritarian rule. And this has been supported further by the digitalization process of the public sector and online availability of governmental data and operations. So the RTI law has made a promising start from the beginning. And the execution, although the execution of the law in the country's vastly dispersed regions has been far from uniform. As I said, Indonesia consists of more than actually 18,000 islands. And of course, some of these islands are not inhabited by people. And there are significant variations in terms of the way this has been implemented or applied. But what is evident from the data, that the implementation of this law has been hampered due to a variety of constraints and limitations, including poor administrative capacity, inadequate leadership, bureaucratic complexity, bureaucratic culture, poor record management, and many more. And these problems can broadly be divided into two broad categories. The supply side problems or challenges, as well as the demand side. On the supply side, the officials' understanding about the information access as a public right and their obligation to share, publish, and disclose information remains limited. Meaning that many of the public officials, they are not fully aware of their obligations in terms of making those laws available, information available to the public. And this has been compounded further by the culture of bureaucratic secrecy, which still prevails largely. Not only the public officials, they fail to disclose information proactively as required, they also refuse to provide requested information on various grounds. And of course, as I said, this has been hampered by inadequate capacity. It took many years for many provinces, many areas to appoint a key official who is considered to be responsible for providing information when the citizens ask for those information. And of course, there are other challenges from the supply side. On the demand side, from the citizens' point of view, again, this is not very easy. People's awareness and understanding about the new act has been also low, meaning that not much kind of campaigns, not much initiatives have been undertaken in terms of training or raising awareness of the citizens. So many of the people are not fully aware of their rights under the new act. And of course, some publicities or some campaigns were undertaken in the early years, but that was very limited. And if one looks at the budgets made available in terms of training and awareness building, that's very minuscule, very small amount, which is not sufficient for a country of Indonesia's size in terms of population and diversity. And of course, one of the problems that citizens face is that people asking for information, they have to provide a full justification why they need this information, which sometimes serves as a barrier, meaning that they find it difficult to convince the officials, why the information should be provided. And of course, other challenges they face, there are specific cases which shows that although there is a specific timeline within which the information has to be made available, but in reality, it takes much longer. It's much more complicated. Citizens have to jump through a number of hoops before they can get the information if they succeed eventually. In many cases, they don't, meaning that the bureaucrats make it so complicated that eventually citizens give up because it's so complex and so time consuming as well as expensive for them in terms of time and money that they have to spend. And many of them, they actually give up unless it is an NGO or an agency which is asking for the information. Okay, but having said this, I must say that despite all these challenges, there is an evidence which shows that the new law has helped improve Indonesia's ranking in terms of open government profile, in terms of citizens' access to public information. And of course, I must say that ranking by international organizations are limited on the legal framework, not on the execution or the actual practice. But when they assess the law itself, they find that this Indonesia has made significant progress. At least the law mandates the publicly information to be made publicly available. And it is also evident when one looks at Indonesia's score, Indonesia performs reasonably well compared to other countries in the region. Two other countries in Southeast Asia that have introduced RTA law or similar law are Thailand and South Korea. But Indonesia is well ahead of these countries. Thailand and South Korea introduced their laws back in the 90s, 96, 97. But Indonesia's score is much better than Thailand and South Korea. This is Indonesia's ranking in terms of Asian countries. Of course, as you can see, Indonesia is among the leaders in Asia. Indonesia is led by India's RTI law. India gets 130 points out of a total 150 maximum. And Indonesia has got, sorry, not second, but Indonesia is reasonably well, 102 overall, is not so bad. But Indonesia is performing better compared to many other Southeast Asian countries. Only Singapore is ahead of Indonesia in terms of World Justice Project's Open Government Index. As you can see, Indonesia's ranking is 32 as compared to Singapore's 25. Again, this is indicative of the progress which has been made. Again, we have to be mindful that Indonesia has a long history of authoritarian rule when the governance was anything but open. So from that point of view, Indonesia is making significant inroads as a result of this new act. I must conclude by saying that the impact of RTI law in Indonesia is positive but modest. And modest because there has been a dwindling or declining number of requests from the citizens, meaning that over the years, there has been a decline in terms of the number of requests for information from the government agencies at the national level, both at the provincial levels. And also, it is not the citizens who are the main users of the RTI law. Rather, the media, the private business, the NGOs, they are the main users of the RTI Act, which means that citizens' participation has remained very limited, if not absent. And of course, the enforcement has been very slow and inconsistent, meaning that in some parts of the country, it has been enforced and applied reasonably well, but in other parts, it has been very weak or very kind of unsatisfactory, to say the least. And as I said, citizens continue to face various challenges, impediments, and oftentimes they are not ready to persist the prolonged enforcement process, which has been created by the bureaucratic system that they have in place. So despite these progresses made, much remains to be done in terms of overcoming both supply side as well as demand side challenges. As your final, in the way of final words, or key lessons that Indonesian experience shows that Indonesia's RTI law shows that RTI law is necessary but insufficient in terms of ensuring a truly transparent and open government. It also shows that RTI law has the potentials. It is promising, but effective implementation of the law is as vital as the enactment of law. Just mere enactment of law doesn't really help much in terms of delivering all those promises or benefits. And Indonesian experience shows that it requires a regular monitoring and oversight in terms of how the law is being implemented at various levels, which currently is rather missing. The fanfare, the interest which was there at the early stages, early years, seems to be waning over time, meaning that this is taking backseat as far as the policy planners are concerned. And more importantly, the RTI laws can hardly be effective without people's participation. Therefore, it is critical to promote people's understanding about the value as well as the importance of such law. As I said, people largely have remained unaware or uninformed about the new law. And equally important is to tackle bureaucratic obstacles through education and training. Finally, I think the leadership and the commitment at various levels is very critical in terms of enforcement of the law and also in terms of moving the open government agenda even further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Siddiq, for this insightful presentation and presenting to us your findings from the research on the Indonesian case. So access to information being one of the key tenets of open government, I will give you the opportunity to answer any quick comments or questions from the audience before we move to the next presentation. Very quickly. If not, then we'll move to a very different dimension of open government, civil society, and its enabling space is known in the literature. And we will move back to the context of Kazakhstan through the paper of Dr. Sharipova from GSPP here.
Okay, good morning, dear. Can you hear me? Yes, okay.
Now we can.
Yes, good morning, dear friends, colleagues. And my topic is related to civil society in Central Asia, and particularly I am going to focus on Kazakhstan. Probably when you hear such thing as civil society in Central Asia, probably sounds like an oxymoron, right? Because it's kind of two things that are incompatible. But we really would like to see what kind of civil society exists in Central Asia, in particular in Kazakhstan. And this research has been done together with my colleague, Professor Colin Knox. So when we look at civil society, and particularly research on civil society, we see different narratives on civil society in Central Asia. First of all, the first one is repressive authoritarian state regimes, where scholars discuss the existence of restrictive laws on freedom of assembly, then strict NGOs monitoring and reporting regulations, then the issues related, for instance, to the peaceful assemblies in Kazakhstan and many others. And the second narrative that exists in the literature related to the absence of independent or existence of the weak civil society. But these two dominant narratives in fact gloss over some other nuances that exist on the ground. And in this research, we wanted to explore what is going on with civil society in Kazakhstan specifically. So here you see the core civil society index in Central Asian states, and Kazakhstan is over here. So actually, compared to other states, it's not that bad. But of course, we know that Kyrgyzstan has a much more vibrant and vivid civil society than other states. So what we observe, there are certain developments. So first of all, there is an increasing dependence by the state on government-owned NGOs, so-called GONGOs. So I don't provide the definition of GONGOs here, but scholars define GONGOs in terms of the funding that they receive if the NGO gets funding from the state. So it can be defined as a GONGO, or also that this organization should be created by the state. So basically, we can talk about two criteria: the origin and plus funding. Second development is that independent NGOs have become more dependent on the state to support their activities. And another important development is that the role played by civil society during the pandemic has increased. Particularly, it happened in, for instance, Kyrgyzstan, right? There were lots of examples when non-governmental organizations provided support to the population during the pandemic when we observed some kind of state failure, right? In Kazakhstan, we also had these cases, but I would say that still in Kyrgyzstan, the participation and help on the part of the NGOs during the pandemic was much higher. So these developments find a conceptual home in the work of David Lewis, who did his research on civil society in authoritarian context, and who said that self-organization within an authoritarian order, even within parameters laid down by the state, may produce new spatial categories and modes of interaction and governance that challenge existing political reality. So then, of course, the questions that we wanted to answer: are we witnessing a gradual shift in a state-society relations, state-civil society relations in authoritarian states of Central Asia? Particularly, I'm talking about Kazakhstan. So this is kind of an explorative research. So when we talk about the research on civil society, then there are different studies. So, for instance, one of them was related to civil society and how civil society basically endorses or legitimizes authoritarianism in Central Asia because it mostly promotes the agenda of the government, authoritarian government. Another idea was about the spread of norms that exist in Russia, and Central Asian states basically they borrow those laws or norms promoted by the Russian Federation. And also another issue related to public funding of NGOs, mainly skewed toward those that promote state-led discourse. Another research was related to the persistence of authoritarianism due to the limitation in foreign funding of NGOs and basically the fatigue of foreign donors, foreign organizations to promote democracy in other regions of the world, including Central Asia. And also another research that was done by Serikbim and Betov was related to the different regulatory frameworks, right? And we can, of course, see the differences, the variations in terms of regulatory frameworks, let's say in Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan versus Kazakhstan, having more permissive framework in Kyrgyzstan and more restrictive, let's say, in Tajikistan. So we used interviews. So it is mostly a qualitative research. We conducted 17 interviews with different stakeholders, included representatives of NGOs, GONGORs, also state officials, and representatives from mass media. Used purposeful non-probability sampling because we wanted to have people from different categories. The interviews were conducted both in Russian and Kazakh, and we used InViva Pro to analyze the unstructured qualitative data. So what we found 4 very broad themes from the interviews. First of all, we found that there is some kind of the emergent theme about the interdependence between NGOs and GONGOs. So these boundaries between NGO organizations and GONGOs are becoming very blurred and not so very well defined, particularly when we talk about functions of these organizations. Second, influence of NGOs and GONGOs on state decision-making process has been increasing. What we observe is that, yes, it's true that the impact of these organizations is increasing in Kazakhstan, despite that we have quite restrictive regulatory framework. Third, that role of international organizations, external agenda setting, and sustainable funding. Also, this is a topic that was in the data. And the fourth one is a changing context, the role of the pandemic. So here is just some data. Okay, so what is about the first theme, the interdependence between NGOs and GONGOs? So from our research, we found that many representatives emphasized that we should not focus on the kind of, the false dichotomy and the structural configuration of the civil society, but rather we have to focus on the functions and goals of these organizations. So the interviews emphasize that the division into GONGOs, independent NGOs, overlook some important facts, especially those that related to the goals of the organizations, types of the activities delivered. So, for instance, just wanted to quote: "I don't divide NGOs into pro-government and opposition bodies. It seems to me illogical. We should categorize NGOs according to the target audience with which they work. Suppose we work with children. It doesn't matter to our target audience whether we are pro-state or we are opposition. We are engaged in educating the younger generation, organizing events for them, and creating conditions for their personal growth and development. The most important thing is that we do well for children, for our beneficiaries. Therefore, in general, I would not divide civil society into NGOs and GONGOs." And there were some also examples when people talked about, for instance, that we cannot get lots of money or funding from international donor organizations. For instance, if we deal with domestic violence and we want to help women, and we have to organize shelters for women, right, or crisis centers, and it requires lots of funding. And of course, we can get it through the state rather than international donors. So second topic, influence on state decision-making. As I mentioned earlier, we see the increased role of NGOs, of civil society on government decision-making. We play an increasingly active role in working groups on the formation of laws and legislative acts under the Majlis of the Parliament and ministries. And actually, interviewers provided lots of examples when NGOs influenced the adoption of a new law, or for instance, they participated in the development of the amendments. Of course, there was lots of criticism that they can have lots of amendments, but those amendments are not taken into consideration. But there were also some very important examples where we see that NGOs, civil society, really influenced decision-making in Kazakhstan. Then the fourth theme is a role of international organizations. Of course, nobody wants to deny the importance of international donors, but some of the interviews emphasized that sometimes, of course, it's a problem to compete for funds. And NGOs, international donors, they have their own agenda. And our organizations, they have to comply with certain strict requirements in regard to funding, right? And local NGOs have little discretion, but for the sake of application, obtaining funding, they must meet their rules and regulations. So in certain sense, these regulations are quite restricting. Our NGOs have not much space to maneuver for their activities. Okay. I don't know, it's not moving. Okay, and another one is the changing context. Particularly, it has become important because of the pandemic, and this research has been done last year because we collected data actually even 1.5 years ago, and the implications from the pandemic are quite important. And we could see that there was a shift toward more vocal and mobilized civil society sector. And because of course, we see some generational changes. The Soviet legacy is fading away. And the change of the leadership in Kazakhstan also to some extent contributed to the more active role of civil society in our country. So more organizations take part in the decision-making process. And also, as I mentioned earlier, the role of NGOs in the tackling the pandemic. You see here, one of the interviews mentioned that the borders are very blurred. This is a trend between unregistered civil movements and NGOs. I have been observing some of these movements since their inception. People have gathered, they can no longer be silent. And generally, the last thing they think about is what kind of organizations are we? The pandemic has spurred on this development. So what conclusions we can make? Again, this is kind of an explorative research, and we could find out that now the case of Kazakhstan offers evidence of a gradual shift in state-civil society relation, even within the boundaries of authoritarian context. Civil society organizations playing more influential role than before. And this, especially we see these traditional roles between NGOs and pro-state Gongos are being eroded because we see that kind of, civil society on a continuum as more NGOs, independent NGOs, they accept funding from the state, right? So our state also has certain, competitions, provide grants, and independent NGOs, they also compete for the grants from the state. While, for instance, Gongos, they have more voice, and they also can criticize the government. They also can criticize the government. So we can have an idea that Gongos, they always promote only the agenda of the government. They don't have any voice. But in fact, because they also accumulate some expertise over time, they also can criticize the government. And it was also mentioned by the interviewees. So basically, they are less constrained by the governmental agencies. So we see that interdependence across the civil society or the pluralizing of space. And the pandemic also provided some circumstances in which civil society became important when the state failed to perform its functions. Another conclusion is that there is a clear evidence of the mechanisms available to influence public policy, I'm sorry. For instance, we know about the public councils. Of course, again, there is lots of criticism about public councils. And one of my students also showed this, but on the other, there are some cases, and the previous research by Professor Knox and Zhanenova and my student as well showed that some NGOs in these public councils might be very, very influential and can exert important impact on the decision making. Then also, when we talk about international funding, there is international funding provides room for more independent activity, but on the other hand, it has limitations because donors can provide context-blind solutions to social issues in our countries. For the context within which civil society in the authoritarian state of Kazakhstan is changing, and we see that because of the new leadership, we see more receptive environment for the workings of NGOs. And many NGOs see no contradiction in taking both state funding without compromising their independent goals. So this is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tina, for touching upon this controversial aspect of open government. And I very much appreciated the pluralizing space that you pointed to, which is gaining increasing importance in the literature. And it's important also not only for autocracies, democracies as well, but also for what we know in the literature now as the embedded democracies or guided democracies as well. So any quick comeback questions or comments before we proceed to the next paper? Very quickly, we have 1 or 2 minutes for this part, and then we'll have a discussion at the end. Yep.
Professor Sharipova, I have a question. So do you think that the state allows from NGOs, from both NGOs and GONGOs, to give a contribution and expertise in the areas that are sort of safe to state? Well, for example, the children, they can't be any political issue with children. We all, understand the government is susceptible to advice. But then when you do the dichotomy, what is allowed and not allowed by state, what is independent, not independent. So all those service-oriented children, disabled people, inclusive education, that's okay, that government receives. But then for the government to listen to coalition of NGOs against torture with January events, that would be a no-no. That is one. The other question is, in order to achieve really independence, NGOs have to be independent of both the government and foreign funding. The government also has, according to the social contract, 17 areas where they can fund, and there are very strict regulations with government social contract. And the same with donors, they have their own agenda. So I think you can't talk about independent NGOs if they're funded either by government or by foreign companies. They will pursue some certain agenda. In order to be truly independent, they have to be funded by membership dues, by grant, by sort of crowdfunding, or earn money from entrepreneurial activities and feed it into the organization.
Right. Tina, yeah.
Can I respond?
Very quickly, yeah, and then we will proceed.
No, Anna, you're absolutely right. Of course, we have this kind of dichotomy in terms of this state-sanctioned areas, right? That it provides some support and help to such NGOs that deal mostly with social issues. For instance, children, disabled people. But when we talk about, for instance, NGOs that are engaged with human rights, then it has become an issue, right? It's and I guess this is the venue or way where we should work more on this, or NGOs, right? But it's absolutely, I agree. And yes, we have this, the so-called social state orders, right, when the government provides lots of money to NGOs to perform certain state functions. And this is mostly related to social areas. Absolutely agree with this. But on the other hand, maybe we should start with something, right? And I agree, yes, we have lots of issues related to human rights NGOs that the government does not support.
Thank you, Dina.
And absolutely, I agree with second, I don't know whether it was a comment or a question that кто платит, тот заказывает музыку, да? То есть кто, in other words, like the donors also have their own agenda, state has its own agenda, right? So basically, but there is an issue of sustainability of NGOs, and it's a huge issue in Kazakhstan as well, right? Because still, if we look at the statistics, for instance, of the World Value Survey and other, and the question, are you a member of any NGO? A very little % of Kazakhstani citizens are members of these independent organizations, unfortunately.
Right, thank you, Dina. Batukjan, can we retain your question for the end of the discussion because we are running out of time? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so the panacea of the listening state or the hearing state that has been one of the key dimensions of open government here in Kazakhstan will be unpacked by the presentation of Dr. Aki Zhanov, who is an associate professor at Kazgu University. We will remind you every 5 minutes as you requested. Yeah.
Thank you very much for inviting me. All the time when I'm invited, of course. So I will talk about these two relatively new concepts pronounced by President Tokayev about the hearing state and just Kazakhstan, and to what extent is it possible actually to really achieve those policies, okay? So this is, to begin with, half of the population, almost 8 million citizens of Kazakhstan are heavily indebted, our households. The amounts of household debt has reached an enormous amount. It's almost more than 14 trillion tenge, okay? And yet, okay. And yet, we, again and again, we hear the same relegating, accusations from officials such as Minister of Finance, Yerlan Zhumabаев, who says there's relegating these very important socio-economic issues to secondary causes, saying that, oh, this is because, the population is illiterate, they behaving irresponsibly, instead of discussing and revealing the main issues, which is unemployment and very low income of the majority of population, okay? And this very paternalistic kind of language, moralizing, that, you should be, I hope you will read it, I'm not gonna read it for you, okay, sorry, that, you have to be responsible, you behave like an adult people, these kind of things. And by the way, I remember that like 20 years ago, it was the same language, okay? So just to remind you, why is that? This is a part of the so-called neoliberal narrative, which has been dominant in Kazakhstan and countries like Kazakhstan for many years, for decades now. And when we talk about neoliberalism, it's not only about some kind of right-wing economics or economic policies, it's also about the whole spectrum of philosophy in all sectors of, in all dimensions of the society, okay? But to some experts, it is also a political movement, political project, which became very dominant after the World War II to revive again, this kind of right-wing economics, so that to accumulate, to create institutions for upward and outward income accumulation. And this is especially the case for our region, for the Eurasian countries, okay, where at the particular historical moment after, of course, 1991, when we kind of shifted from the post-socialist world to the capitalist one, the opportunities have been created for the new comprador and business class to grab, this wealth, okay? And we have the emergence of new business and comprador classes, basically, okay? But this class is not something new. It is already embedded in the so-called global development architecture, global financial architecture. It is supported by this, and that language, the economic science, if you wish, comes from that, okay? So again, there is nothing new about that. As Mrs. Thatcher would say, there is no alternative. So the same language is again and again pronounced by our technocrats who says, look, we have to make these austerity measures. We have to to take another loan, or we have to compete for competitiveness, we have to make our market more flexible, otherwise there is no alternative. But we tend to forget this is, first of all the socio-economic issues, they are political, okay? This is about political economy, but this attempt to approach very important socio-economic issues with a kind of technocratic solutions is yet again just an evidence of the neoliberal dominance mode of governance in countries like Kazakhstan, okay? And neoclassical economics is very important here, okay? Because it helps to justify this language. It provides a kind of scientific explanations for those very unpopular decisions, okay, and explanations. But again, you know, the heterodox economists, political economists like me, we have been talking about this for the last 40 years, that the root problem, even if we put aside the political issue, political phenomenon, not to be accused of being some kind of Marxist, that the problem with, for example, economic governance is that it is based on the neoclassical, the so-called neoclassical economics, the mainstream one, which, you know, wanted 100 years ago, even in the 19th century, to create a kind of more scientific discipline, the economics, okay, which was delineated from the political economy, okay, and wanted to present itself a more scientific, okay. What's going on? This is my presentation.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so, but to remind you, the very name political economy means that we're dealing with a social world, okay? The social reality which cannot be fixed with economics-like, physics-like laws, right? The social reality is much more complex, okay? Much more complex than physics and mathematics, where we have to approach these problems with the political economy. However, as I said, both neoliberal dominance based on the right-wing economics, neoliberal mainstream economics, provides this kind of market calculus to all socioeconomic issues, referring to them as a kind of problem which can be fixed by, you know, a science, okay? And what kind of science is it? We have this economic disparity, laissez-faire policies, austerity measures, competitiveness, which are allegedly based, again, on economic explanations and offered in countries like Kazakhstan as a good policies. Okay, but yeah, what's this? Sorry. How to go back?
Not yet.
А? Так, назад. Назад. Я проверю, можно, да? Окей. Опять он тут. Okay, so, but you see, it's not only kind of heterodox economists, it's very well established economists like Ha-Joon Chang from Cambridge University. They even, you know, take a very kind of radical approach saying that, you know, the current mainstream economics is deliberately made complicated, okay? Okay, but again, to remind you, there is nothing new about this. In the past, is it 5 minutes left or 5 minutes?
5 more minutes more.
Sorry?
5 minutes more.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, but historically it was, of course, religion that would legitimize the status quo. Nowadays, it's more about the so-called neoclassical economics, which provides this false dichotomies about, you know, collectivism, socialism is something bad, which always goes against individual liberty. We always have this efficient, very, you know, hardworking businessmen who versus lazy and inefficient bureaucrats. We have this language which is embedded in our society about the nanny state, иждивенчество, you know, that the free market is about freedom, you know, big state is always problem. There is a dependency culture in the Kazakh society, okay? People want money again and again, even though we do know that, you know, the social protection almost doesn't exist, okay? Okay, the same, what is interesting I found out for the last, let's say for 20 years, is that how even the modern culture plays the role. This is a very modern, popular movie by Will Smith about Pursuit of Happiness, and it says that it is based on the true story. I have no doubt it is. What is interesting, how this story portrays a single father. He's black, of course, but it's 1980s, and he's an American, I mean, the wealthiest country in the world. And yet, we kind of left with the picture where it is okay for a single father, to not to have any social protection, okay? He has to, he's going through a very difficult training to get a good job. He has to leave his son every time in some way for rough sleepers. He has to fight for, to spend the night every time. So there is a sense that you have to accept that this is normal, okay? And to be happy, to fight to become a millionaire, you have to go through this. But again, this is a way how the neoliberal language wants you to believe that this is okay in the 21st century, okay? To be left without any social protection and, and these kind of things. And I remember like this Gone by the Wind, a movie was very, I don't know why it became so popular in countries like Kazakhstan, even though Hare obviously is not Anna Karenina now. She literally says, I'm going to kill people, cheat and lie, but I will not go hungry. And that was a kind of popular idea, with all these mobsters on the streets. Okay, why is that? Well, because we keep reproducing the same neoliberal narrative, okay? The same technocrats. This is now the third or fourth wave of our ministers who have been taught and indoctrinized literally in this ideology, because they don't know history of economic thought. They don't see any difference between Milton Friedman or Keynes. I know that they have never learned political economy and things like that. And that's why, please read this anecdote yourself, because we don't have time, I believe. But look, again, now answering my question, why I believe that technocrats, our Kazakh technocrats, are neoliberals. Because they offer the same recipes for the socioeconomic issues for the last 20 to 30 years. For example, the overemphasis on economic growth, which allegedly helps to fight poverty, and to industrialize, but in fact, it only legitimizes the very extractive and predatory export of natural resources in countries like Kazakhstan. Microcrediting, remember the first picture about the very heavy indebtedness of our society. Microcrediting, one of those mechanisms which maybe worked 40 years ago in countries like Bangladesh, but it doesn't work, I don't know, in Kyrgyzstan or in Tajikistan and Kazakhstan, okay? Because people do not create new businesses. They have to literally prepare their children to send us to school, to have a debt. Competitiveness, another very popular idea, in Kazakhstan, almost like ideology, but there's little understanding how this Davos forum actually, which is not an official capital of the capitalist world, created it. But if we look into the details, you understand that some countries are condemned to be, on the same stage. Like for Kazakhstan, we may be very happy that one year it's 51st place, another year it's 48th, but we will be on the first stage we will be condemned as a factor-driven economy, maybe with high economic growth, but only because, and we may be moving a little bit higher, but just again, because we exported more wealth abroad, okay? Okay, and yes, as for these fishes, when I talk to our technocrats, they don't understand the issue of the question, okay? They believe they're like those fishes. When you ask them, how is water today? They don't understand what kind of neoliberalism, what kind of, this is about economic growth, this is about fighting inflation, this is about, creating industrialization. So this is my article as a reference to Mr. Irgaliyev, who in his article last year was talking about new economic policies. When I read that article, I realized that there is nothing new in this economic policy. He literally saying that when I talk about economic model, we have to return to the basics. And these basics were, again, competitiveness for the sake of competitiveness, promotion of the market rules for the sake of market rules. Okay, these kind of things. But again and again, to remind you, the first picture when there were riots, that this is the issue of distribution. And like, if you look at the political party, map of Europe in the 19th century, it was all about conflicts and revolutions, okay? And experts like Asimoglu and Robinson, they found out that in those countries, in those epoch, the inequality peaked at the time when all these revolutions happened, which means that inequality fighting mechanisms began to work only after only after some political decisions were made. And these are decisions made when you demand this, okay, when you demand for political changes. So as for Kazakhstan, another example of redistribution which was legitimized, in 2007, the so-called National Fund of the Republic of Kazakhstan was unpacked for the first time, and $10 billion were given to the economy under the slogan of stabilization program. And yet 90%, which is $9 billion were given to 4 commercial private banks, which is 0.000001 families, okay? And this is an example of, redistribution, okay? This kind of redistribution, which I showed at the beginning, okay, when the most of the population is heavily indebted, and yet under the slogan of the so-called too big to fail policies, 9 billion were given just to 4 private banks. Thank you very much, and sorry for...
Okay, thank you, Quad. It's okay. We have to apologize because we are running late, but if that's all right with you, we will incorporate that point of clarification into an open Q&A session. So this being an open government panel, I invite everybody to ask any questions to the 4 speakers. And there is 2 dimensions of open governments that we have talked about less, and that's fiscal transparency and assets disclosure, right? But I will not put words into your mouth. We'll start a question from Batuk Jean first, yeah? Yep.
Yeah, thank
Sorry.
you. I have one brief question to Professor Sharipova and one comment to Professor Akizhanov. So very fascinating research. And my question is, you sort of like demonstrate that this line between Gongas and the independent NGOs is being blurred right now. So does it mean that the government is actively co-opting all NGOs, not just Gongas? And does it imply that these NGOs, they lose their agency and autonomy, in the sense that, of course, they may criticize government and focus on their activities, like you showed with children, but in essence, legitimization of authoritarian regime is based on the ideas, yeah, on beliefs. And do you think that maybe this that this line is blurred? It makes these NGOs act like believers in regime, hence supporting legitimacy of, for instance, of Tokayev, yeah, who was actually very open in co-opting various NGOs and influencers and bloggers and so on. And my comment to Professor Akizhanov, I believe, yes, $9 billion were provided from National Fund, but I believe that even more was provided because China loaned $20 billion to Kazakhstan, which were channeled to support Beta Bank. So that amount was actually bigger. Yes?
I will add an example into this.
Right, Dina, very, yeah.
Thank you, Bakhidjan. It's a very interesting question. I guess our research needs further investigation. But I think that my answer would be probably also based on the previous question and previous comment, right? That yes, definitely that we do have cooptation, that the state co-opt opposition leaders, opposition NGOs, and basically this, social order. It's also one of the ways to co-opt civil society, right? I wouldn't go and I wouldn't argue that civil society is losing its agency. First of all, maybe it had its agency before, right? So maybe it's just kind of, getting its agency. And also it probably depends on the area, right? So we do have human rights NGOs, right? And that they are independent and even they don't get funding from international donors and from the state, and they do try to defend their agenda. So they have it. The issue is that, of course, this number of NGO is not that big, So I wouldn't argue that there is no agency, but that the fact that there is a co-optation on the part of the state, yes, of course, like in any other countries.
Okay, thank you, Dina.
Bakhidjan, I mean, I don't have anything to add to your example. It's just another. In my case, it was just an example to show how it's easy, comparatively easy, to redistribute upwardly the wealth of the whole society, of the whole country, and under the kind of slogan, which would legitimize. In this case, was a national fund that was about too big to fail, with, of course, reference to many other developed and developing countries saying, oh, look, everybody's doing the same, okay? But we have to understand this is not about science, this is not about economics, this is about, preserving the status quo and about, maintaining this neoliberal way of governance where wealth is very unevenly accumulated. Kazakhstan is really an unequal country, okay? So I will talk about that in my book launch. Please come.
Okay, thank you so much. Any additional questions from the audience, please? We have just a couple of minutes left. Nord? Oh, no? Okay. Okay. Kassiet, yeah? Right, I will.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I have a question for Dr. Sharipova about your paper. And you are talking about international donors and the regulations they have for NGOs. Did you consider the regulations that state has on receiving international funding? Because as we know, like from late 2010s, there are like some reports, restrictions to receive foreign funding, and many NGOs have to go through a lot of steps to receive it and then to report on them. And several months ago, there was also introduced a list of NGOs that receive foreign funding, and it will be available, I think, in this summer. How that affects NGOs and mostly independent NGOs that receive foreign funding.
Dina, you are on the spotlight again.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. I have not considered, didn't study specifically what the regulations are, but definitely from the answers and of these interviewees that we had from independent NGOs, they talked about this difficulties that they face now to get funding from international donors, that they have to go through these all different and difficult processes, and it became much more difficult. And as one of the interviews mentioned, that we don't want even to improve, we cannot improve the current situation. What we want to do is to prevent the situation to get worse. Because of all these problems with funding, with restrictive regulations and laws that we have in Kazakhstan. So yes, of course, it's not easy for them. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Siddiq has agreed to have his questions retained during the break. So thank you to all the four speakers and the audience for the questions. There will be a session on EU and international cooperation in this room in about 10 minutes. Thank you, everybody, again. And thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we will not miss your book. We will not miss your book. Okay.
Так, меня слышно? Меня в зале слышно? Меня в зале не слышно, да? Нет, я хочу, чтобы спикера, сейчас будет онлайн два спикера выступать. Вообще не слышно? А, вон ты попробуй этот? А, все, окей. Спасибо, Нурлия. Ага, все, супер. Мгм.
Давайте начнем, потому что... А потом у нас идет что? Брейк, да? Ланч. Может, мы немножко займем время от ланча, там, если вопросы было, да? Ничего страшного, я думаю. 5 минут.
Так, hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Sound is good. Вроде бы норм.
Ага, спасибо. Так.
Okay. 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 Thank you, Elia. No, they can hear me, but okay. I think. Можете позвать? Скажите, что панель начинается в 10:10. О, Dr. Antonio Alonso. Hello, can you hear me? Сейчас. Okay. Our first speaker.
He's here, right?
He is here, yes, but I'm not sure if he can hear us. Oh, okay, great. Dr. Alonso, can you unmute you, please? We don't hear you. Okay.
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 Okay. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay.
Good
yes.
morning.
I had some problems with the connection with the link, so I'm so sorry. Technical technical problems. I would like to share the screen so I can do it. Okay. So first of all, thanks for the invitation to participate in this panel session of the conference. I don't know if I'm going to be translated immediately or just directly in English. That's all. Without translation, no?
Yes, hello, Professor. You don't need to translate anything. You just present in English. Everyone understands.
Okay, perfect. So I would like to share my screen.
Okay, just a second, please. All right, dear colleagues, friends, guests of our conference, so we continue. And this is our session, panel 3, which is about European Union and international cooperation. We'll have 4 speakers, and each speaker will have 15 minutes to present. All questions will be after all presentations, okay? So not after each presentation, but only when all presenters, all speakers will present, okay? Then we will have this Q&A session. As I mentioned, we have 4 speakers today, and our first speaker is Professor Antonio Alonso Marcos, who is a professor of the Universidad San Pablo, Madrid, Spain, and his presentation is titled The European Union Leverage, the EU Law Reception in the Spanish Legal System, 2017-2022. Professor Marcos, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation to participate here in this 7th International Conference. The topic was really interesting, and when I was offered to participate, because this is one of the topics I'm I'm talking about during the lessons at my university, how the European Union law is changing our legislation. So today, I would like to focus, because time is really short, I would like to focus, of course, I will try to explain or to share with you some thoughts about the EU leverage, the basics, and the Puigdemont case. Why? I will show you later, because this is one of the most important cases in our current political life today. No? Of course, as you may know, the European Union leverage is working inside the European Union, not only with the penalties, but also with the transposition of European Union legislation. And this is the main instrument to model the national legislation by the European Union. So we have two fields of implementation of this European Union leverage inside the European Union, in the national system, in national legal systems, but also abroad, and we will see how. But for instance, in Spain, the transposition of European Union legislation, roughly 75% of our laws are based on European legislation. For instance, only in 2022, 42 over 73 laws passed the Spanish legislative derived in one way or another from the European Union decisions. And of course, as you may know, if you don't do this transposition of European Union legislation, you will receive a penalty, a daily penalty. It depends on the case, it depends on the European Union law. And for European Union members, still for inside the European Union institutions threaten European Union member states with imposing penalties or not receiving European funds. So we have to take into account that one of the main, how can I say, incentives to enter into or to access the European Union is to receive European funds. But here it is necessary to remind, of course, there is a threat, between commas, of course, by the European Union, but here it is needed to take into account these two things that you can see at on the screen. First, of course, one of the main attractive reasons to ask to be accepted as member is receiving funds, and second, most important, any European sovereign country willing to access the European Union needs to meet some conditions and requirements. So before the accession, they need to modify their legal system, their rule of law, their democratic system, their political system. Coming back to the Spanish case, here you have that the CONT is the Budgetary Control Committee of the European Parliament, and we received the visit of this CONT, headed by this lady. You can see here, Holgermeyer, this lady, Monica Holgermeyer. And the Spanish government received the visit of this mission of the CONT by the end of February 2023. So roughly 2-3 months ago. 3 months later, the Spanish government didn't answer, according to this Europarlamentaria. Spanish government didn't answer the questions asked by the CONT. In spite of that, the European Commission didn't threaten Spain to not receive more European funds or to return the already received. According to the head of this CONT mission to Spain, these are her words: the CONT committee has zero tolerance against corruption and has inquired the government about the recent changes to the penal code. So here you have the expression, one of the expressions of this. So if you want to receive money from us, you need to change your penal code. For instance, you need to adapt your legislation. So this is one of the requirements of this is one of the ways to affect the national legislation. To its legislation is aligned with this principle of zero tolerance and to ensure that there is no exception. So in the beginning, it seems that the European Union is only for trade, only for commerce, only for energy sources, and so on and so forth. But now we can see that also it is affecting the, talking about the penal code, the corruption, and so on and so forth. The conditionality to receive more European funds, it is clear, not only to prove that the amount already received is well spent, but also the modeling of our democratic system according to European Union standards. Also, this is important to note. For third states, so for abroad, so one is for inside the European Union and two other countries apart from the European Union. For third state trade policy and European Union candidacy access, they are the two main elements of this European Union leverage. First of all, trade policy is a European Union exclusive competence. So the national governments, the member states, we don't have that competence. We cannot sign trade agreements with third countries. We cannot, because trade policy is a European Union exclusive competence. Of course, we can sign, but we have to ask for permission to Brussels to do that. Why? Because this trade policy is an exclusive competence of the European Union. For example, and here we have one example of this EU leverage, the European Union signed a trade agreement, free trade agreement with the Republic of Korea in 2010. And according to the chapter 13, and this is very interesting, the Republic of Korea should adapt its legislation on labor to international standards. As the European Union found out that the situation of the workers in South Korea wasn't so good, and the Republic of Korea didn't sign or didn't adhere three of the protocols of the International Labour Organization. So the European Union forced, between commas, of course, forced South Korea or the Republic of Korea to sign those agreements, those protocols of the International Labour Organization. And the instrument to do that, and the instrument to lobby, to push, to do some kind of pressure over the Republic of Korea was this free trade agreement. Why? Because in this chapter 14, so the next to chapter, in the chapter 14, it was established that if there is any kind of disagreement, or here you have the mechanism for settlement disputes and so on and so forth. And one of the disputes was this. We disagree with this because the workers in South Korea, so we are talking about human rights at the end of the day, labor rights, but human rights also, in a free trade agreement. So keep in mind this, because this is very interesting for not only for the topic, but also for the relationship with the European Union. And second, we have the requirements for access to the European Union. And of course, as you may know, any European state which respects the values referred to in Article 2, the human rights, democracy, rule of law, and so on and so forth, can promote to apply to become a member of the union, and also they have to fulfill this Copenhagen criteria. Again, democracy, market economy, and the candidate's ability to take on the obligations of membership. So again, if you want to become a member of the European Union, you should be modeled by the European values, of course, but also by the European way of democracy, and so on and so forth. Here you have one text. I'm not going to stop here, but keep in mind this for the Eastern Partnership, which is when they started, it was for Belarus, Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine, and so on and so forth, these Eastern European countries. And you can check the deliverables for 2020. And these are based on 4 main policy areas: a stronger economy, a stronger governance, which means that you want to have visa facilities or visa facility access. So you have to model your political system according to the European Union standards. So for instance, you have to fight against corruption, you need to have an independent judiciary, and so on and so forth. The candidacy is a long and exigent process exclusive for European countries, and those in other continents can establish trade relations, but we have checked, as we saw before, also with these free trade agreements, this kind of free trade agreements is an instrument to model the national legislation, the national legal system. Here you have some figures about the EU as a global actor, and I'm not going to stop here in this because time is passing, but here in the presentation, I have later, right now, I will upload on the chat, so you will have access to this presentation. But here you have the explanation, what are our main topics or our main goals in this region, the European Union and Central Asia. It will promote, this is the new strategy for Central Asia in 2019. It will promote democracy, human rights, rule of law, intensified cooperation with Paris climate commitments, and so on and so forth. So one of our main topics, or our main goals here in this agreement with you, with the Central Asian countries, is this. We will promote democracy, human rights, rule of law, and so on and so forth. And this is one of the main goals for this. And also, not only for the region, but also step by step, country by country. And here you have the example of Kazakhstan in this enhanced partnership and cooperation agreement. Of course, the main focus is trade, commerce, economy, energy, cooperation, and so on and so forth. But here you can see that in Title 5, cooperation in the area of freedom, security, and justice, here it is included also the topic of human rights. Here you can see the preamble, and the preamble, as you may know, it is used to understand or to read really well for a better understanding of the topic of the EPCA, general principles, and so on. I'm not going to stop here. Anyway, here you have the Justice and Home Affairs Subcommittee created for this EPCA, as you can see here. And also the same for Kyrgyzstan is more or less the same dynamic, okay? The same for Kyrgyzstan, human rights on the focus, so we are modeling somehow. And of course, I would like to underline that this, maybe you cannot see here, or you cannot perceive here, but we are more exigent in South Korea than in Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan or in Uzbekistan, okay? Anyway, also again, consultations, Uzbekistan, we are currently negotiating the EPCA, and of course, one of the main topics of our relationship with Uzbekistan is this effective governance and digital transformation, and so on and so forth. And finally, the Puigdemont case, just in 1 minute, according to the Article 3 of the Treaty of European Union, we created, or they created, a common area of freedom, security, and justice. And according to this common area of freedom, security, and justice, they created also the European arrest warrant, which means that if the police in Germany is chasing someone, is looking for someone, is searching someone in Spain, of course, we are not going to start a very long process of extradition and so on and so forth, but immediately, we are sending back to his original, where the place, or the state which is demanding or ordering the arrest of this person, and that's all. And of course, this mechanism is just to simplify, so it is not very complex and so on and so forth. We don't need this double check in these 32 crime offenses. For offenses and those covered here, we don't need this double check or the double criminality. So everything is a crime under the consideration of the judge in the home country. And here we have the Puigdemont case. He declared the independence, of course, against the law. He declared independently, autonomously the independence of Catalonia in 2017, because also previously he spent public money, he wasted public money in this kind of referendum, because you can see that the same person was voting in several places the same day. And of course, there were tragic events. No one died, of course, but this kind of scenes or pictures in Spain, it is not very nice to see in Spain. And finally, what he got was this. On 27th of October 2017, he declared the independence of Catalonia solemnly for only 20 seconds. And you can see here the face of the people, his followers, deception, and so on. No?
Professor Marcos, sorry.
Yeah, I'm finished. Yeah. And on 29th, so they started a case against Puigdemont. He fled to Belgium and Scotland, not only him, but some other people. And the European arrest warrant cannot be used for political purposes, of course, but in this case, it was clear that it was a case of corruption and breaking constitutional order. So conclusions, the European Union started a process of homogenization of legal systems. They started in the 60s, this dynamic using several instruments. And of course, freedom, security, and justice, this is also a way to create this homogenization of European legal systems. And the Puigdemont case made the European Union to clarify whether there is a really confidence among the European Union members and tested if that goal set by Article 3 of the Treaty on European Union is just a utopia or can be materialized. So thanks for your attention. And I hope if you have any kind of questions, please, I'm ready to answer later at the end of the panel.
Yes, thank you, Professor Marcos. Please stay with us because after presentations, we'll have Q&A session. Now our next speaker is Zhanibek Arынov, who is assistant professor at GSPP Nazarbayev University. His presentation is titled The European Union and EAU and Non-Recognition in International Relations. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much.
15 minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes. I'll try to be shorter. Thank you, Professor Marcus, for your kind of introduction to the EU Central Asia kind of relations. I will be continuing on that topic, but I will be focusing on more kind of institution to institution dimension of EU Central Asia or EU Eurasian Economic Union cooperation. So this is a project, a collective work. I mean, me and my other colleagues, Professor Sergei Razgaliyev and Laura Isova from Al-Farabi University, have been working on this for quite some time. It's basically part of a bigger project on legitimation and delegitimation of Eurasian Economic Union. As you all know, the creation of the Eurasian Economic Union is a top-down decision made by the heads of the 3 states and then later joined by Armenia and Kyrgyzstan in 2015. So there is a huge issue of legitimacy of the Eurasian Economic Union, both internal and external. Internally, after January, we see here some kind of pressure in Kazakhstan, kind of questioning whether Kazakhstan should remain a member of the Eurasian Economic Union. The similar trends you see in Kyrgyzstan, so the voices of those who are critical of the Eurasian Economic Union is growing. In Armenia, again, that voice is even more stronger in the context of this, the war, the conflict over Karabakh and the anti-Russian, anti-Eurasian, anti-CSTO kind of voices are becoming more stronger in Armenia. So there is the whole issue of this legitimacy of the EU, EAU, Eurasian Economic Union, and also there's also this external legitimacy aspect, which is being recognized as an equal member of international community by other international actors. So this paper basically talks about this external legitimacy of the Eurasian Economic Union, because there are some questions. The EU has signed several trade agreements with Vietnam, Iran, China, Singapore, Serbia, and now discussing other agreements with Indonesia and other countries. But there is a kind of the consensus opinion in academia arguing that, well, yes, the EU has signed several articles, the trade agreements with all these international actors, states, but the content and substance of those agreements, again, there are lots of questions about this. And then more importantly for the EU, we argue here that the EU is not recognized formally by the European Union. So why is it important? Because the European Union has been the most significant other for the Eurasian Economic Union while creating, because again, the EU has been taken as a model. So many institutionally, I don't know, in many different aspects, the Eurasian Economic Union wanted to build a similar union, similar to the European Union. So in that sense, EU is a very kind of the significant other for the Eurasian Economic Union. It was admired. It was again modeled. There were lots of similarities that the EU wanted to learn or adapt from European Union. But at the same time, the EU, until at this point, hasn't recognized the Eurasian Economic Union as a legitimate actor in its own. So then we built on this, and then we argued that, okay, just briefly about this theoretical background, we argued that recognition is very important for international actors because recognition allows the actors to enter into equal relationship with others. If you are recognized, then you can have equal relationship, you can discuss these different things. But if you are not recognized by others in the system, so your aims, your instruments, your policies, are questioned by those who do not recognize your agency as such. So we build on this, and then, there are different discussions about recognition and non-recognition in the literature. So, we're going to discuss this a bit later. So the question that we ask in this paper is how has the EU been discursively representing the Eurasian Economic Union to justify its non-engagement? That's the first one. And the second question is how this discursive representation of the Eurasian Economic Union in the EU discourse has been changing over time. So we take the period from 2010, that's the start of the Eurasian Customs Union in 2010, and then later Eurasian Economic Union came into existence in 2015. So we basically collected 3 different types of data, EU-produced data, I would say. One is the official documents from EU archives from 2010, 2022. Then we also collected statements made by EU officials, including presidents of European Council, Commission, High Representative, Commissioner for Trade, and Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement. So we collected this data from EU websites, Gale database, Google search. Again, the period includes 2010 and 22. And then we've conducted primary interviews with EU officials, just kind of to triangulate the data that we have. And all those 5 interviews, the participants were those who were involved in EAU, Eurasian Economic Union related issues since 2010 or even earlier 2007. Some of them started working on this when the discussion just started about creating Eurasian Customs Union. So basically this data, I guess, allowed us to have this, to analyze and to capture how the EU has been justifying domestically and internationally why it doesn't engage with the Eurasian Economic Union. So based on the analysis, and we did this thematic analysis, and based on that analysis, we have identified 3 main images of the Eurasian Economic Union in the EU discourse. The first one is, again, it's not surprising, the Eurasian Economic Union is represented as the geopolitical project in the EU discourse. Well, we've been hearing this for quite some time. It's not surprising. So this basically allows the EU argue domestically, both domestically and internationally, that we can't we can't have this formal relationship with the Eurasian Economic Union because it's not an economic union. It's a geopolitical actor, or it's a geopolitical tool in the hands of Russia. So if it's geopolitical, it has some geopolitical ambitions, and we can't legitimize those geopolitical actions or the intentions of Russia by creating this EU-Eurasian Economic Union kind of formal relationship. That's the first narrative. I mean, there are lots of them and tons of this kind of the narrative or the discourse coming from the EU. Again, some of them you can see here, the Russian pressure, Vladimir Putin, his own project, and then kind of differentiation from the Eurasian, the self-differentiation of from the Eurasian Economic Union, saying that, well, we are purely economic union, we have benign intentions, while the Eurasian Economic Union is a geopolitical actor. Well, it has some geopolitical intentions behind. The second narrative which is used is the image of the EU, Eurasian Economic Union, as a protectionist union. Again, when you create a customs union or economic union, we self-represent yourself. I mean, you self-represent as a union for openness, right? For open trade, for open economic cooperation, for openness in general. The Eurasian Economic Union had that kind of self-image as well, but in contrary, the European Union represents the Eurasian Economic Union as a protectionist union. So mirroring back the opposite image of the Eurasian Economic Union. So basically, well, this is again about the Eurasian Economic Union imposing non-tariff barriers on goods coming from European Union. So in that kind of context, the EU is arguing and kind of filing cases in the WTO against Russia, against Customs Union, against Eurasian Economic Union. So this kind of narrative that the EAU, the Eurasian Economic Union, is basically doing the opposite, like protecting itself, or Russia is protecting its domestic market by imposing non-tariff barriers. And then there are lots of discussions about Russia or Eurasian Economic Union violating the WTO commitments, right? Again, Russia became the member of WTO in 2012, I guess, right? And then later Kazakhstan joined. So, and in that kind of context, again, the EAU is presented as a violator of already agreed commitments. That's the second. So on the other hand, there is also the narrative that, okay, this protectionist is not just only about between the EU and Eurasian Economic Union, because the members of the Eurasian Economic Union are also protective among themselves, because Russia is imposing, again, non-tariff barriers on Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan imposing and closing borders with Kyrgyzstan, or all this trade or price wars between Russia and Belarus, again, all this giving a sense to the EU, kind of the argument to argue that, well, basically, again, the Eurasian Economic Union is not the institution that it's, I mean, self-representing as a kind of the union for trade, for openness. In country, we see the opposite thing. So that's the second line of argumentation. And the last one is about this dysfunctional union. Again, there is a lot of criticism in the EU that, well, the Eurasian Economic Union, yes, institutionally it's there. Institutionally, it has this Eurasian Economic Commission. I mean, it has all these different institutions. But the question to the EU is that to what extent those institutions are functioning well. There is a lot of, again, the skepticism that, well, basically the Eurasian Economic Union has this institutional capacity to function well, or to negotiate certain things, because again, this narrative mostly came from these interviews, because again, I believe that for some diplomatic reasons, the EU didn't openly criticize the functional aspect of the Eurasian Economic Union. But when you talk to those people who have been involved in the EAU related issues for quite some time, they all say that, well, we had this expert meetings with the representatives of the Eurasian Economic Commission, and every time they come, the experts from different countries would dispute among themselves how they should handle. So in other words, even all member states within the Eurasian Economic Union, they didn't have one common position to discuss certain things, right? I mean, when they come to meetings with the EU, they would argue among themselves. And then the second issue that they raised was about those expert meetings or the expert groups from the Eurasian Economic Union actually having mandate to make certain decisions. So in that sense, the EU criticized this decision-making process in the Eurasian Economic Union because all decisions are made at the top level, and those expert groups who come to these negotiations or to this expert meetings, they have no mandate, no capacity to say anything meaningful about the topics on the agenda. So in that kind of sense, again, the EU questions the functional aspect of the Eurasian Economic Union by saying that, well, if it's not functional, why and how we should engage with the dysfunctional, let's say, institution, right? So again, these are the three narratives that mainly dominate in the EU, that dominate the EU discourse. The one, geopolitical actor; the second, protectionist union; and the third one, the dysfunctional union image. And we also, and then just kind of to give what does this mean? First of all, in the EU's discourse, the Eurasian Economic Union has no agency, right? Again, it's all the agency of the Eurasian Economic Union is attributed to Russia. When, I mean, the geopolitical image, actor image, or the protectionist image, and all pretensions that the EU have towards the Eurasian Economic Union are addressed to Russia. So in that sense, the EAU is just an extension of Russia's foreign policy tool. That's the first. The second one is, and then in that sense, other members are not visible in the EU discourse. So Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, Belarus. And then when you talk to those EU representatives, the officials, they say, well, we know what's going on there. So you don't really, I mean, your country or other small countries don't really have a kind of say in deciding something in the Eurasian Economic Union. The second is the Eurasian Economic Union is constructed in the EU discourse as this different or even threatening other. So in other words, we are economic union and we have benign intentions, but the Eurasian Economic Union is a geopolitical actor and has some hidden intentions. The second, we are open union, while the Eurasian Economic Union is the protectionist union. Or we are functioning well as an institution, the EU, while the Eurasian Economic Union has, having some functional deficiencies. So in that kind of context, the Eurasian Economic Union is othered. So it's the other which needs to be differentiated, and sometimes it's the threatening other to the European Union. And then, other than the negative and all this kind of negative othering of the Eurasian Economic Union. We also basically you see here the geopolitical agenda, geopolitical project. We are open market, protectionist, and effective functioning and dysfunctional. So this kind of negative othering of the Eurasian Economic Union in the EU discourse. So we also looked at how these narratives changed or varied or didn't change over time. So 2010, 2022. So we've identified 5 different phases of how the EU discourse in relation to the Eurasian Economic Union changed over time. The first one is the early skepticism in 2010, 2012. This is the period when the trade discussions, the protectionist union kind of image dominated because the EU was discussing a WTO issues with Russia, with Kazakhstan, and a lot of trade issue was here. And then in the second phase, we see this geopolitical aspect when Ukraine came to the crisis in Ukraine and the annexation of Crimea dominated. And here we see the increase of this geopolitical actor narrative. And then we had the brief period of conditional thaw, I would say. This coincides with the period of the Minsk agreements, the second agreements, and the EU tried to link the Minsk II agreements to the recognition of the Eurasian Economic Union, but it didn't work. Russia didn't comply with Minsk II. And then now routine indifference to 2017 and 2022. And then the war in Ukraine, I think, have changed everything. Now there are no relations between the EU, institutional relations between the EU and Eurasian Economic Union. All expert level meetings are suspended. And then again, European diplomats are very skeptical of EU anytime recognizing the Eurasian Economic Union. I think it's just gone for the moment. So what does it mean? It means that there is a question of legitimacy of the Eurasian Economic Union's external legitimacy, and then this external legitimacy may later fit into the internal legitimacy, because internally we already have all these discussions about questioning the Eurasian Economic Union's relevance, importance, needness to Kazakhstan, to Kyrgyzstan, Armenia. So this kind of lack of external legitimacy, I think, may fuel the internal legitimacy as well. And then finally, this shift to Asia, the Russia-dominated discourse, doesn't seem realistic when it comes to Eurasian Economic Union. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Zhanibek. And our next speaker will be online. This is the presenter. The speaker is Anna Belén Perianes Bermudez, who is a postdoctoral researcher on peace and international security, Madrid, Spain. Her presentation is titled "The European Union-Kazakhstan Relations in the current Central Asian geopolitical context, challenges, priorities, and other powers' interests. Anna, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Okay.
Just a second. Yes.
And can you see the screen well?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's my pleasure to be this morning with you. Thank you for having me, and thank you very much, Professor Alonso and Arinov, for great presentations. I'm going to speak about EU-Kazakhstan relations. I will introduce very briefly some insights. I will speak about EU Central Asia relations, EU-Kazakhstan relations, and some final key points. According to the background research, I would like to point out that EU and Central Asia relations have been have traditionally reduced mutual interest. They have not been key topics for each other. This is the explanation is based on the different social, cultural, economic, and different characteristics in both in which both parts are founded. There are different idiosyncrasies, and also I would like to highlight key points. Different concepts of connectivity, security, and geopolitics. There is, Professor Alonso said before, there is a very important document. This is the 2019 EU strategy on Central Asia. This is a strategy document which points out general goals. This is also based on another very important document, which is the Global Strategy for the EU's Foreign and Security Policy. And here we have the connectivity strategy, which is also a very key point. I would like to speak about the Eurostandard concept of connectivity. This concept is based on the EU fundamental priorities and also values. Some of the key topics are these ones: economically, fiscally, environmentally, and socially sustainable in the long term. And also is very important for this concept, the human dimension and people interest, and the person, the individual needs to be in the center of, at the center of policies. And also we can speak about the relevance of the open and transparent procurement processes. This is key for transparency and good governance. I would like to highlight that China and Russia are promoting their own understandings of connectivity, which are very divergent from the European one. The Russian is more focused on security, and as you know, the Chinese is more focused on a different concept of economy. But literature about different concepts of connectivity is very interesting. We have other regional powers in the region, such as Turkey, that also has its own concept of connectivity. I will advance. The Global Gateway from December 2021 is another key document. This European strategy highlights some points, some important points. Is how to connect with to the world, how the European Union thinks it has to connect with the world, investing in hard and soft infrastructure, boosting smart, clean and secure links, and strengthen health, education and research systems, and also tackling the most pressing and global challenges. For instance, the fight against climate change, and also water security. And also this document focuses on competitiveness and global supply chain integration. This strategy has up to 300 billion euro in investment between 2021 and 2027, and is based on the standard of connectivity, mainly values driven, based on the use democratic and international norms, and also with the highest and environmental standard. According to the EU central relations, as you know, the EU suffer a deep energy insecurity. Also, we are in an increasingly complex geopolitical context, as you know. We have the Taliban takeover in Afghanistan and also the war in Russia. And in this context, the Central Asian countries have a multi-vector foreign policy in order to balance ties with Russia, China, the EU, but also with the US, Turkey, and Iran. And I will advance and go on. As you know, Russia is a key security provider in the region, despite the Russian invasion to Ukraine. Another key topic that I'd like to highlight is that the debt trap diplomacy, which is driven by China. China is not a member of the Paris Club. They don't give information about the official loans to other countries. There are they offer tricky loans, assuming subordination of the partner countries, which is also very is not good for countries, for the future of the countries. The European Union is the main trade partner and foreign investor in Central Asia. This is a very important information, sorry. A third of the region external trade comes from the European Union, and I will advance because I don't want to I want to accomplish with a due time. And as Professor Alonso said, Kazakhstan and European Union, they have an enhanced partnership cooperation agreement, and they have the closest partnership cooperation, having in mind the other Central Asian states. I will speak very briefly about the EU-Kazakhstan relations. Kazakhstan, as you know, has a multi-vector foreign policy. In this increasing multipolar system, in which the global power is shifting from the west to the east. This is a balanced position. based on pragmatism and the need to diversify. In 2022, Kazakhstan intensified bilateral contacts with Russia, the EU, China, Turkey, Iran, and I would like to point out this anachronistic narrative that say that Central Asia countries are the theater of a great game between the large global powers, and with and meaning that a rapprochement with China necessarily implies a decrease in Russia influence. This is anachronistic because little attention is given to Kazakhstan and foreign policy agenda. So this is also a key topic to highlight. As you know, EU-Kazakhstan bilateral relations. This year is the 30th anniversary of the EU-Kazakhstan bilateral relations. As Professor Alonso said before, the enhanced partnership cooperation agreements is in force since March 2020, and it was the first one signed by the EU and one of the Central Asian states. There are concrete cooperation in key policy areas such as environment and climate change, capacities of regional and local governments, and it has a strong focus on democracy and the EU's liberal democracy in this kind of values. These goals are focused on trade in services and capital movements, energy, and these goals want to create a better regulatory environment for businesses. Another key document also is the Memorandum of Understanding between the EU and Kazakhstan on a strategic partnership on sustainable raw materials, batteries, and renewable hydrogen value chains. This is another example of this kind of close relations between the EU and Kazakhstan. And the most important thing for the EU is to advance on sustainable connectivity. I'm going to finish very soon. And it is key in a broader perspective to enhance transparency of public procurement in infrastructure. Also, bilateral cooperation is supported by the Democracy and Human Rights Program and civil society organizations and local authorities program. I mean that the goal is to increase participation of civil society organizations and also accountability and transparency. Also, you can see here some key data. For instance, which are the main commodities of Kazakhstan exports to the EU and from the EU to Kazakhstan. It is very important, there is a very important topic that Kazakhstan is a key oil and gas supplier to the European Union, also a key supplier of uranium, coal, raw materials. Approximately 70% of its oil exports go to the EU. Also, we can see that the EU has been the first foreign investor in Kazakhstan. So how the EU spend the money is very important, not only for the not only for the EU to achieve their goals, but also to improve the, I could say the lives of people and sustainability. So I'm going to finish.
Just a few words. We run out of time.
Yes. The EU will remain only as one of Kazakhstan's main possible partners because of the limitation of the partnership. It is necessary to work together, not to teach how to live because of the highly sensitive political issues. I can finish here. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for your presentation. And our next speaker is Sergey Golunov, who represents Almaty Management University. Professor Golunov will talk about Kazakhstan's cross-border cooperation in the light of international experience. Professor Golunov, the floor is yours.
Sorry for being here. I should navigate this presentation with my mouse. Small disclaimer before I'm going to present this presentation is not so much about Kazakhstan's cross-border cooperation itself, but rather about how international experience can be used. Unfortunately, I'm just a beginning of my research on Kazakhstan's cross-border cooperation itself. So let me start with typical objectives of cross-border cooperation. This list is not exhaustive. So it is about avoiding duplication of available resources, reducing hard and soft border-related barriers, overcoming marginal position of borderland territories, ameliorating cross-border tensions such as ethnic conflicts, intensifying cross-border contacts and creating long-lasting cross-border networks, solving problems of common concerns such as cross-border pollution, attracting tourists, and so on. And these are typical domains of cross-border cooperation, such as governance, planning, trade and services, employment, environment, transportation, innovation and technology, culture and sport, healthcare, tourism and pleasure, education, communication, and information. This is a model what can happen without cross-border cooperation. So, after how cross-border cooperation can ameliorate this situation, so why cross-border cooperation can be needed. So this is environmental. These are environmental disasters. So investments are circulated separately. Redundant transportation infrastructure, unnecessary competition between tourist objects, unemployment, so brain drain, and so on. And what can happen if there is an effective cross-border cooperation? So transportation infrastructure is integrated. So there is coordinated policy, for example, in the domain of border tourism. So reduced pollution, and combination, effective combination between workforce and opportunities for employment, and shared capacities and shared investments. This is a non-exhaustive list of typical obstacles, such as scarce resources, poor transportation networks, bad conjuncture of bilateral relations, lack autonomy of cooperating actors, tough immigration and customs barriers, too great economic differences of similarities, administrative barrier, information barrier, poor coordination of planning activities, allocation of resources, marginal position and lower competitiveness, cultural barriers such as poor knowledge of languages, attitudes to corruption, adherence to commitments, and so on, poor capacity, lack of mutual interest and will cooperate. That is very, very important. So, but this list is not exhaustive. And let me proceed with international experience. And the second disclaimer is that my presentation is not only about the EU's experience. And of course, it is a little bit sketchy, taking into account the time that I have. So these are some essential features of cross-border EU's experience of cross-border cooperation. First of all, it is an essential part of integrationist projects. So these EU regions are something like sieves that should connect communities across the border in order not to separate them. Decentralization, rescaling of governance functions and multi-level governance, large-scale international competitive funding. It is highly important because these good things such as regions simply don't work without funding. Who has funds can make cooperation more effective. The problem is that the EU's pattern doesn't work well for strongly centralized and corrupt countries, and it doesn't work well throughout the entire European Union. And here are some implications for Kazakhstan's cross-border cooperation. Because of authoritarian and highly centralized governance, probably it is unlikely that highly effective, not imitation cross-border regions can be built. Regions that have much powerful cross-border governance, so it is probably not much suitable for Kazakhstan. But the EU's competitive funding mechanisms can be reproduced, provided that they are corruption-proof. Actually, Russia tried these schemes jointly with the European Union, and these schemes worked. North American pattern of cross-border cooperation is not about integration and large-scale competitive funding. In North America, it is perceived as a waste of money. Functional cooperation evidently prevails over the institutional one, and major cooperation projects are initiated by private actors. So North American experience cross-border cooperation is largely about cooperation by private actors, who some of those have powerful lobbyist capabilities, for example, automotive plants. Implications of Kazakhstan's cross-border cooperation, the role of private actors in borderland areas in Kazakhstan is generally weaker, and they largely do not have much autonomous capacity to advocate their political interests so much as in the North American case. Still, cross-border initiatives of North American private actors deserve attention, and best practices comparable with Kazakhstan political realities can be supported. Chinese pattern of cross-border cooperation. There are two key components. First is empowering selected regions by a very strong central government, establishing special central region communication channels, treating selected regions' economic and legal cooperation initiatives preferentially, granting more economic autonomy to selected regions, funding the cross-border infrastructure projects, and so on. By the way, Xinjiang is among empowered Chinese border regions of this kind. So, but there is a lot of problems, and this is particularly important for Kazakhstan. The Chinese pattern largely implies unilateral cross-border cooperation strategy. It rests on vast Chinese economic potential, so it is difficult for a weaker country to imitate this pattern successfully. So China has a lot of money, so these disadvantages are not so much visible if you can use these tons of money for everything. Chinese provinces can manipulate the performance criteria to get awarded by Beijing. A significant part of Chinese funding for large-scale cross-border projects can be embezzled in corrupt neighbor countries. And it is important that Kazakhstan is strongly influenced by Chinese pattern, in terms of borderland, as borderland economic zones and transborder transport corridors are priorities of Kazakhstan's cross-border cooperation. Actually, Kazakhstan's pattern of cross-border cooperation can be described as a hybrid between Chinese and Russian models, while implementation of Chinese parts of this model are more effective as in the Russian case. So about ASEAN, it is about fostering cooperation between adjacent areas of those neighbor countries that have complementary production factors, such as money plus natural resources and labor. And it is interesting that key cooperating actors are governmental agencies and private companies, while the role of regional authorities are generally weaker. It is interesting. If you don't want to give much power to regional authorities, you can try this ASEAN model, where the role of provincial governments are weaker. Implications, so it is can be interesting for Kazakhstan because of this reason, but at the same time you also can be aware of the risks of corruption. Also, if there is a risk that you will not take into account much the needs of local cross-border communities in case of obsession with lucrative corruption-prone mega projects. African pattern. Africa has a lot of problems, such as weak economic potentials, lack of economic complementarity, poor and fragmented transportation infrastructure. So you can see here, low human mobility, weak capacities of cooperating regions, and border conflicts. But there are some achievements. So most typical domains, such as cross-border infrastructures, management of natural resources, and providing medical aid for disadvantaged local communities. So there is something that can be taught from the African experience, especially from the experience of ECOWAS. So they have customs union, common currency, including activities of ECOWAS are boosted by cooperation with the EU's cross-border cooperation bodies and by participants' desire to satisfy the EU's donors. So cross-border cooperation participants from ECOWAS member states are proficient in implementing small-scale economic projects to benefit local communities that are supported by foreign donors. So this experience should be taught. Latin America, it is mostly, unfortunately, negative experience. On the one hand, there is common language, numerous integration initiatives you can see here. But cross-border cooperation is unstable and not very effective. The reasons are strong political centralization and generally weak powers of regional authorities, changing ideologies of ruling regimes from leftism to right nationalism that lead to unstable policies, and border conflicts. So these negative lessons should be taken into account. So probably cross-border cooperation should rely not only on central governments, but also on stable and long-lasting interests of governmental,
Dr. Arinov. I would like to ask what kind of risks, political, insecurity, and economically has the othering of Eurasian Union by European Union, especially now when we have the Ukrainian crisis. Let's have some hypothesis, maybe imagine what will be this relationship after Ukrainian crisis. Thank you.
Okay, let's collect more questions for maybe other speakers as well. Questions, please. Yes, Verena? Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I also have a question for Professor Arinov.
Yeah, just press the button.
Oh, thank you. Can you? Okay. I also have a question for Professor Arinov. And you talked about these narratives about the Eurasian Economic Union, and I was wondering how much do you think these narratives from the EU are justified, or how much do they reflect what you see as the reality? How much are these narratives also coming from maybe within Eurasia, also as critiques? And then also following up on the question just asked, how do you see this change in the future if now there is no legitimacy from the exterior towards this economic union? How do you think that might be developing? Would it develop maybe in a larger Eurasian setting, or could you imagine that it might just develop more regionally, like in Central Asian unions? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And one more question, Jing-Yi.
Okay, thank you. My question is for Dr. Sergei Golunov. And I noticed that in one of your slides that you mentioned in the Chinese pattern of cross-border cooperation, there is the potential implication to Kazakhstan is that the Chinese provinces may manipulate the performance criteria to get award by the central government. I wonder if there's any evidence for this, and what is the intention of the province to do this? Thank you.
Okay, and please answer very briefly, and then we will get another round of questions. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I just would like to combine the both questions because they're related, I guess. In terms of to what extent the narratives are justified, this debate, internal debate in the EU, has been for many years. So on the one hand, we had the camp arguing that, well, we shouldn't have any institutional relations with the Eurasian Economic Union because of those reasons that I mentioned. On the other hand, we had the other group arguing that, well, we should start. I mean, we will come to a point when we have to recognize the Eurasian Economic Union and establish this formal relationship. And the second camp mostly came from business community who had some economic interest in Russia, in Kazakhstan, in other places, or some EU member states like Germany was lobbying for recognizing the Eurasian Economic Union, this kind of and then other countries. But now we see that, and then many people argued that this geopolitical kind of narrative is very much exaggerated. But at this point, we see after the war, we see that, well, possibly there was a reason to think that the Eurasian Economic Union was a kind of geopolitical tool. On the second narrative about this protectionism, again, there are lots of cases when, again, Russia, Kazakhstan, and then to a certain extent Belarus imposing non-tariff barriers against WTO commitments and on exports, on imports from EU, and EU kind of filing the cases to the WTO. So there was a reason, I guess, to believe that actually those were the things. In that sense, those narratives reflected the reality, I guess, to many extent. So what comes next at this point, again, as I mentioned, there are no contacts between the Eurasian Economic Union and European Union. Previously, there were expert group talks, but now it's suspended. And then the EU is very critical that there will be any time, they will come any time when they have to recognize and have these formal relations with the Eurasian Economic Union. I think it's just gone now after the war.
Yeah.
Okay. About the Chinese experience, I borrowed this ideas about potential manipulation and embezzlement from Alex Cooley's research. Unfortunately, I cannot cite it precisely, but I find this, anyway, I find these points trustworthy as there are objective conditions for embezzling, manipulating if the control is relatively weak. So intentions are clear. If you want to get this status of empowered region, you should produce some success, some proof of success, some indices, and if you should do it, you are doing your best to produce these indices and to manipulate them.
Thank you. So we have one question from the audience, and then on. Okay. I guess you have to repeat, please.
My question is to Professor Antonia Alonso. ¿Qué tal estáis allá?
Muy bien, gracias. Buenos días.
Yo soy de Cantabria. Quería preguntar una cosa. ¿Me puedes decir, por favor? Yeah, I want to know your personal opinion. It's just a thing. What do you think about parliamentary election that was happening yesterday? I mean, 28th of March. Is it okay? Is Podemos will survive there? No? If it's okay for you?
You mean the local elections and the regional parliamentary elections, no?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So first of all, thanks for the question. Are you from Cantabria, really? I cannot see you. And okay, so it's.
Soy de Universidad de Cantabria.
Okay. So it's really nice to hear that someone from Spain is studying there in Astana. And of course, yesterday I was following all the news and during the whole night until more than 2 a.m. and on the Spanish television, public television, Radio Televisión Española, and I could hear the reactions of Socialist Party, People Party, Vox, and Ada Colau, and so on and so forth, but no one from Podemos was delivering a speech or something like this for 3 hours. So I can see that maybe that political project is in trouble, like the Ciudadanos, more or less the same. But this is Spanish issue.
Yeah. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I guess there was a question from Professor Marcos, right?
Yes, also. Yes, first of all, let me clarify that, of course, Mr. Arinov or Professor Arinov was really right when he said something like the Ukrainian war changed everything. This is one of the, unfortunately, one of the variables that we should introduce in any kind of analysis because, of course, the Ukrainian war changed everything. And also, I would like to ask to Professor Perianes, Ana Belén, what is your opinion about this anachronistic great game? Why do you mean, or what do you mean with this anachronistic framework of great game in Central Asia? Why do you say that, and so forth? Because from time to time, we are reading analysis talking about this great game in Central Asia. You have to mute your microphone, I think so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your question. And also, yesterday it was a very exciting night in Spain. I said that about anachronistic issue because I have read a lot of scientific literature arguing that Central Asia is a bridge between the West and the East, and the Central Asia is, I think that is not a bridge between anything. They have their own foreign policy agendas. So I say that because I think that foreign policy agendas of these countries need to be highlighted. No, this is not a bridge region. This is what I wanted to say.
Okay.
I don't know if it is your perspective, but I have read that in a lot of scientific literature, and I think that this is not just also for them.
Yeah, yes, my point of view is that, of course, they this multi-vector policy of Kazakhstan, I mean, they have their own foreign policy. This is right, but we have to take into account that also they are doing agreements, or they are signing agreements, or with China or with Russia, and sometimes those interests, they are competitive actors there. So that's why many people, and I am one of them, we are talking about the great game, or the new great game, not because they are something that they are not like a cup to be won by. This is not a competition like a football match or something like this, but of course we can see that these agreements, or this strategic agreement between Russia and China, they have a limit, and this is the limit. This is one of the limits. I mean, the Central Asian interest. So if Chinese companies, they are implanting there, or they are entering in Central Asia, and that means that Russian people or Russian companies, they don't have access to those raw materials, for instance. No, but of course, another perspective is the cross-border cooperation, and this is very, very, from my point of view, Professor Golunov explained really well the cross-border cooperation. So this is also an opportunity to implement this idea of cross-border cooperation. Cooperation, from my point of view, cooperation is always much better than competition. This is very evident.
Thank you very much. Okay, dear participants, we have to conclude our session because the time is up. Thank you for your interesting presentations and equally interesting questions. And thank you so much to our participants from Spain. And have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Lunchtime.
Sound check, test, test.
Okay, dear guests and participants of the conference, we are going to have our panel, which is titled Identity Issues, Language, Frames and Narratives. And we are going to have 3 speakers. And our first speaker is Professor Aziz Burhanov from the GSPP, Nazarbayev University, and his presentation is titled New Narratives and Old Myths, History Textbooks in Kazakhstan. Aziz, the floor is yours. Every speaker has 15 minutes, and a question will follow after all presenters finish their presentations.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you for coming for the afternoon panel. So this presentation is a project that we've been doing with Professor Dina Sharipova, our chair, here for a while. This project is based on studying historical narratives in history textbooks in Kazakhstan. The origins of that are basically coming from a review that I was doing, a review of textbooks for the parliamentary hearings, for hearings in Majlis in Kazakhstan a long time ago. But then I had this big box of textbooks lying in the apartment, and I said, well, I might as well just use those for something meaningful. So I might as well use them for scholarly purposes. So here it is. This is essentially the study of textbooks and the narratives that we see in Kazakhstani school narrative. So why does it matter? So, well, first of all, history textbooks are sort of the officially sanctioned, officially approved version of history that is offered by the government that is being transmitted to school children. And of course, by many scholars, it has been noted that it also serves as a very powerful nation-building instrument. So it's basically this unified vision of history that is being transmitted to school children. And I guess, sort of a question that we were trying to explore is, well, 30 plus years after Soviet Union collapsed, are we still operating in this more of a Soviet framework of history, or maybe Kazakhstan has actually managed to break up with the Soviet past when it comes to historical narratives and sort of de-Sovietize its historical narrative? Well, we'll see in a moment that there are some questions about that. Well, literature. So of course, worth mentioning that I won't go into details, but I will just mention key narratives in the scholarly literature. Of course, Gellner, Smith, many are familiar with this literature here. Look at textbooks as a very important tool for nation building, and they are. At the same time, there is also this seminal work by Apple, essentially saying that school curriculum is never neutral, and it's not expected to be neutral because states may come up with all kinds of narratives about glorious past. Furthermore, as it has been highlighted in more recent scholarship, government sometimes can be very selective and can be very picky when it comes to promoting certain events and essentially ignoring or silencing other events which may not necessarily be very comfortable for them to talk about. That happens actually much more often than we actually think. And of course, there's also a question of other. Who is other? Who is this group or ethnicity sometimes, or race that is, or maybe a state that is the other. Well, also we can mention some of the scholarship that also put some agency on teachers. So in other words, it's not just the textbooks, but also teachers have agency. In other words, it's up to teachers to decide what kind of materials and what kind of narrative to actually use in the textbooks. So it's not just the textbooks, but also teachers. In some cases, it was also noted that somewhat paradoxically, perhaps, regime change may not necessarily lead to change in the narrative in schools. So for example, in the study of Burma, or Myanmar, shall I say, it was discovered that, well, we have regime changes from military regime to sort of more civilian, but the narrative doesn't really change. Narrative essentially remains the same, which is counterintuitive. When it comes to the USSR, then, of course, you have more diversity in interpretations. In many cases, in Central Asian scholarship, USSR was portrayed as both sort of colonial oppressor and also agent of modernization. Pedagogical approaches were also mentioned that in a lot of cases, we're still dealing with very teacher-dominant sort of model where students are not really supposed to challenge whatever is being taught on them. So methodology, so we just looked at the textbooks used from 5th to 11th grade, which were used in 2010 to 2020. There are some changes later on, but I'll mention those. And we just looked at some of the pivotal, crucial events in history of Kazakhstan. So Kazakh-Jungur Wars, incorporation of the Kazakhanate into the Russian Empire, Alashurda government, and famine in Kazakhstan in the early 30s, and in general, the Soviet sort of time period. Well, why those events? Of course, admittedly, there could be a lot more, but we just picked those most critical events in the history of Kazakhstan, and oftentimes also policymakers make all kinds of statements, political messages about these events. Well, this is just a background. I presume many of you are familiar with the way a course is structured. But basically, yes, you have two tracks: history of Kazakhstan, world of history, history of the world from 5th to 11th grade. And there is a bit of a sort of two-stage from 5 to 9th grade. It's more of a chronological overview. And then you have sort of more detailed review in grades 11 and 10. I think in general, we can say with some degree of confidence that we also see a fair amount of continuity from the Soviet approaches, especially when it comes to, for example, the term anthropology. It's still understood largely in the Soviet framework. Soviet framework refers to anthropology as this discipline of studying, physical features rather than cultural anthropology, as it is discussed in the Western context. Quite often, also, it has been noted that textbooks are written by the university faculty primarily, and many of you perhaps can relate that some of the textbooks, especially in 6th grade, are overloaded with very detailed description of archaeological sites. So this is the Bural site that was discovered in eastern Kazakhstan. It's 10 meter by 10 meter, and there's a long list of stuff that was actually discovered there. Unfortunately, that is still very much there. But of course, for kids in 12 or 13-year-old kids, that may not necessarily be the most appealing content. Okay, so but unfortunately, that is still very much there. And of course, also you have the faculty-based approach, and then in year this and this and this happened, and then sort of that sort of narrative is still very much predominant, and I think this is something that might be addressed. So Kazakh-Jungar Wars, Jungars as the other, and this is big focus. And I think in general, as we discussed with some of you here in some of the classes, there is a lot, huge focus on victimization. Kazakh Khanate has always been portrayed as a victim. So in other words, all those evil Jungars, they invaded us, they attacked us, and we were, living peacefully. We never attacked anyone. We were, our brave men and women had to take weapons and defend our great homeland. So that was the narrative. And also you have some interesting continuity of the Soviet class-based division. So basically saying it's the elites, it's the Khans and Sultans who are selfish, careless, and they were fighting with each other for power. But it's the people, ordinary people, who took the decisive role, and this is a quote, in protecting the homeland by putting forward this batters and whatnot. So it's this interesting class sort of dichotomy here. The elites were corrupt, selfish, egoistic. They didn't really care about the country, but it's the people who really took the decisive role. Kazakhstan's incorporation to Russia, I think this is also sort of following that narrative in a sense. Also, you have this split between the sort of aristocracy and also the rest. And the main argument is that, well, you have Abu Khair Khan, who was the main advocate of the alliance with Russia, and the rest of Kazakh aristocracy didn't really endorse that. So he was basically acting in a very selfish manner, trying to get some leverage, trying to get some support from Russia against the other members of the Kazakh aristocracy, but none of them really were envisioning that Kazakhstan would actually become part of Russia. On top of that, I think similarly with the Soviet framing, the whole Russian empire expansion to the steppe region was still framed in this very depersonalized form, Tsarism or колониальная политика царизма or something like this, but without any sort of contextualization of colonialism in broader narrative. So no British, no French, no Dutch, no other form of colonialism are not discussed at all. So Russian colonialism is not necessarily contextualized in that narrative either. So which is interesting. So Al-Bashir government also did not get that much of attention up until very recently. It's only recent, in a few recent years, we see more and more focus on that. But for the most part, in the textbooks, Al-Bashir gets a relatively minor coverage. And there are perhaps all kinds of reasons for that, but I think what we had discovered is basically the framing of the government as fully functional administration with clear goals and aspirations. And of course, Soviet regime did not really acknowledge the rights of the locals for just self-determination. And not only this, there's a quote. So basically, the argument is that for Russian society, it was important to get to this democratic path of development, whereas for Kazakh society, most important thing was state sovereignty and national independence. States. And this narrative keeps appearing when it comes to the al-Bashir government. And what gets perhaps most interesting is the famine, starvation, Shashawak of 1930s. So here, this is an interesting tweak here because, well, on the one hand, we have a very heavily charged term here that is being used, genocide. And genocide is obviously a very strong word. At the same time, it's framed as a very personal genocide. So it's Goloshokin's genocide. So it's not the Soviet, not the Kremlin, not anyone else, but it's Goloshokin personally who is portrayed as the main sort of instigator, if you will, of the genocide. So again, it's a very interesting, perhaps for good reasons, framing. So it's again, it's a very personalistic approach, and in that sense, basically, this Soviet power is being personified in this guy Philippe Goloshokin, who was at that point chief of the Kazakhstan's Communist Party, and genocide is basically attributed to him. And basically, again, I think we can conclude that in general, the role and agency of other members of the Kazakhstani Communist Party were not really touched upon much. And of course, we can remember a book by Sarah Cameron, The Hungry Steppe, where the focus is, and the message is actually that a lot of the local Communist Party people were ethnic Kazakhs, and they were oftentimes actually involved in a lot of decisions that led to this, to the famine. So the textbook's narrative is again focusing very much on one personality rather than the regime, rather than the Soviet government, rather than anything else. It's a very, very personalistic view here. And again, also just quickly about the World War II. World War II, Great Patriotic War, Великая Отечественная война becomes a very, very politicized event in the current Russian political discourse, as we have seen quite recently. And also in Kazakhstan, there is an interesting attempt to reassess or reevaluate the contribution that Kazakhstan has made in terms of human losses, for example, economic contribution to the victory. At the same time, we also have still this very interesting situation where a lot of the Soviet pantheon of heroes is being promoted, and not only heroes, but also a lot of myth. So for example, the 28th Panfilovцы heroes that is already in the Soviet time has been discovered or has been deconstructed as a myth. That never happened, okay? So the battle happened, but this exact list of 28 people was a made-up story by a Soviet journalist. So at the same time, the Soviet narrative keeps promoting this episode as a cornerstone of Kazakhstan's contribution to the victory. Not only this, but also it's worth mentioning that, again, in line with Soviet approach, textbooks primarily focus on Великая Отечественная война, Great Patriotic War, and things like, for example, Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, this agreement signed between the Soviet regime and the Nazi regime about division of Europe, basically not mentioned at all. Winter War against Finland, that's when the Soviet Union essentially attacked Finland, again, not mentioned. Not only this, Soviet invasion of Poland in September 1939. Katyn massacre, nothing of that is mentioned, which again suggests that, well, yes, you have some reevaluation. At the same time, a lot of the Soviet myth and Soviet focus of Soviet interpretation of the World War II history is still very much in place. Okay, and just to wrap up with some conclusion, given the timing, I think in general, of course, yes, there is a lot of attempts to maybe reevaluate the narrative. At the same time, there is also current political developments, foreign policy considerations. So in that sense, obviously, it's not as simple as it might seem to reassess the historical narrative. At the same time, when it comes to the whole portrayal of the Soviet, here I think we are entering a very interesting discussion here because one could also say that, especially when you look at 1960s, 70s, 80s, for many Central Asian countries, one could say, well, that was a period not necessarily of famine, but of relative stability, prosperity, and so on. So for the most part, none of the Central Asian countries would go that far to sort of devaluate the Soviet period completely, and that is not something to be expected. At the same time, there's a broader question here which fits into this bigger decolonization narrative. So if we are to sort of see a decolonized or desovietized history of Kazakhstan, how would that look? And big potential conflict here that I could see is that perhaps, if you look at Central Asia before Russian Empire expanded here, before the Soviet regime, Central Asia was much more interconnected between each other. So it was a one big cohesive region. So if we're looking at that, then obviously there's a problem because in the post-Soviet time, each of the countries tries to use bits of Central Asian history to promote their own national narrative. So if you look at, for example, Al-Farabi, this flagship person being used in Kazakhstani historiography narrative as a Kazakh, even though, well, he was born in what today is Kazakhstan in 9th century, right? So relationship to that is very distant. In Kyrgyzstan, Yusuf Babasaguni, in Uzbekistan, Tamerlane, Biruni, Navai, and so on. So basically what we are seeing here is that instead of looking at Central Asia as a region, each country tries to take bits of Central Asian history to nationalize it, to convert into its own national narrative. And here I think decolonization and sort of nation building would fit into some sort of a controversy here because they would again pursue very different views. So a decolonized version would assume perhaps to some extent that Central Asia would be viewed as one cohesive region, and nationalizing narratives would also see a problem with that because they would try to build up their own narrative based on their own understandings and their own political purposes. So on that note, I'll stop here and thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Aziz, for your very interesting and insightful presentation. And our next speaker is Verena Zabel, who is a research fellow at the Albert Ludwig University, Freiburg, Germany. And her presentation is titled Global Governance Narratives in Чингис Айтматов и дольше века длится день. The day lasts longer than a century. I'm sure that everyone knows this novel, right? A very famous, very nice novel. Okay, Verena, the floor is yours. I'm sorry, I think that there are people online, they might not hear you. Here's a...
Okay. Okay, again, thank you for having me here. I'm really excited to be here and to present my work on Айтматов, which I'm now working on. And I propose to look at global governance through the double lens of the study of empires and literary analysis, which is what I'm concerned with. And now, a lot of you might probably already know Айтматov. He's a very famous writer. And I'm going to focus on his first novel, The Day Lasts Longer Than a Century, which was first published in 1980. How do I put this? No. Oh, right, sorry. So it was first published in 1980. More information you can see on the slide. I have basically two parts of this presentation. The first is focusing on the question of imperial rivalry and on nationalism, and how this is connected to global governance. And the second part is about an eco-critical look onto imperial control, which Айтматов has in his writings. And here I'm looking mainly at the novel, but I'm also taking into account his essayistic writings, interviews, and in particular, his dialogues with the Japanese philosopher Daisaku Ikeda. Now, I'll begin with the novel, and I only bring like the quotes on the slide, so nothing else will be on there. As many of you might know, the novel has this main plot of this railroad worker, Yedige, who wants to bury his deceased friend on a very ancient cemetery, but he's not allowed entrance because there's a military station around it, because there's a space station. Now, the main plot is intercepted with legends, memories of the past, as well as a science fiction subplot. Айтматов is mainly known in this novel for his critique of Stalinist terrorism, or Stalinist terror, and his legend of the Mankurt, which I hope you're familiar with. So Mankurt was a prisoner of war who was tortured until he's lost all his memory. Now, I want to focus mainly on the science fiction subplot. In this subplot, we have the United States and the USSR. They are cooperating in the space mission. And however, two astronauts on the space station, they receive notice from an exoplanet that there's a humanoid species there, and they want to contact them. So without asking their superiors about what to do, which is what you should do, of course, normally, they just go to visit that planet. And they described that exoplanet later as this idyllic space, this utopia of technological and moral advance and human progress. You might ask, how does this all connect to global governance? Well, they leave a letter before they depart, and I brought this quote. It isn't hard to imagine what kind of sentiments, contradictions, passions will flare up once the sources are put into motion that see in every superfluous goal of a hockey game a political victory and the advantage of their own governmental system. And further on, when they then report from the exoplanet, they say this: are we Earthlings ready for such an interplanetary meeting? Are we mature enough for this as thinking beings? Can we, in the face of our disunity and our existing contradictions, come forward in unity, as if authorizing ourselves in the name of the entire human race, in the name of the entire Earth? We are begging you to hand over the decision of this question only to the United Nations in order to avoid a new outbreak of rivalry. Now, as you can see, they do not trust their governments, neither of them, and they fear that inter-imperial rivalry may break out, jeopardizing not only the space cooperation, but peace on Earth. And they want an international organization, the United Nations, to decide how to proceed. So they are asking for global governance, and thus the novel also suggests that global governance might be actually a solution to inter-imperial rivalries. In the end, in the novel, it seems like the United Nations, they were not really asked, and the two imperial powers decide that they don't want contact with the exoplanet, and they make a defense system around Earth, which is called the Hoop. Remember the Hoop, that will be important later on. And here I want to return to the question of global governance through Aitmatov's non-literary writings. Particularly in his essays and interviews from the 70s and 60s, so before the Soviet Union fall, he wrote about imperialism always in the Soviet style. So it was in singular, and it was meant to describe the United States. There was a lot of, he talks a lot in his essays about the nuclear threat. He talks about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And in the foreword to the novel, he writes this, in 1980, he writes this: the most tragic contradiction of the end of the 20th century lies in the infinity of the human genius and the impossibility of realizing it due to political, ideological, racial barriers that were born by imperialism. So for him, the problem is imperialism itself. And now then in 1901, the novel was republished, and the introduction to the novel written by him reads quite differently. So he says that he actually wanted, he actually wanted to call the novel The Hoop. We remember that was the ring around Earth. What was meant was that the Mankurt's hoop was transformed into a cosmic hoop, having been laid over the head of humanity by the superpowers during their competition for global domination. So here we have already the plural, the superpowers, and the question of imperial rivalry. And the comparison between the Mankurt, who lost his memory through torture, and humanity, who loses access or connection to other civilizations through this hoop. And so to combine, they form this critique of oppression, loss of memory, and cultural destruction. While the hoop took away the Mankurt's memory and his past, the cosmic hoop takes away humans' memory and also its future. This is, however, not only related to Aitmatov's anti-imperial stance, but also towards his attitude towards nationalism. And this is what he says in a conversation with Japanese philosopher Daisaku Ikeda. He said, "Isn't national sovereignty in the current state of the world something outraging? You can't be absent from the numerous regional and global organizations who are coordinating the actions of individual states. Humanity has already created global structures and will continue to do so. Individual states are forced to limit their sovereignty in the old sense of the word, in their own interests for that matter. Notice he says outraging. It might sound quite intense, but what he means is that with globalization, there also comes a need for global structures. And that if there are these global structures, then this means that nation states might have to take back some of their sovereignty in order to comply with global organizations, but not in order to infringe upon nation states, but more in order to create peace and cohabitation. So for Aitmatov, imperial rivalry and isolating nationalism can only be mitigated through international cooperation and global organizations. Now I want to turn to the second part of my presentation, which is about his eco-critical analysis of imperial control. And here I turn again to the science fiction subplot in the novel. So they report back from this exoplanet and they describe it as this utopian vision of technological progress and human progress, and the planet's entire population, they have to come together as one, and they can control all air currents and water currents. If there's a drought, they can make rainfall. So it sounds quite utopian. But the astronauts also report that the exoplanet has started to dry up, and that the humanoids, they are fearing planetary collapse. Now, reading the novel nowadays is actually more scary than it might have been back in the 80s and 90s. The question of water and desiccation connects also to the representation of the Aral Sea in the novel. While the novel mostly focuses on narratives about the former intact Aral Sea, it also presents it as an almost mythical space where there is still contact between humanity and nature and everything is in harmony. However, it does not mention the desiccation of the Aral Sea. Actually, it does so only in passing. But then later, when Aitmatov, not in the novel, but later in his essayistic words, Aitmatov spoke more openly about this. Will the matter of our planet actually be enough for humanity's consumption? Hasn't humanity proved itself to be the most gluttonous and pernicious species among all living beings? Is our style of living in danger of collapse? Or might we even perish in the madness of a worldwide catastrophe? I've witnessed how the Aral Sea was turned into a grey salt desert. And shortly after, he says, this disaster has long been predictable. The enormous water resources of the Sir and Amu Darya rivers have been used to irrigate the largest cotton plantations in the world. The result of this excessive greed was the merciless exploitation of nature and human labor, and eventually led to the infertility of a huge region. An entire sea dried up. Thus, through this connection, the desiccation on the exoplanet and the technophilic utopia that the astronauts report is really contrasted through this very real environmental destruction of the desiccation of the exoplanet, but also of the Aral Sea, which is caused by technology. And thus the question is really whether technology can help us at all mitigate that problem. Now, to return to questions of global governance, for Aitmatov, the solution to environmental problems was also global governance. The United Nations Environmental Programme was to him a spark of hope. However, in later years, he was disillusioned with the United Nations. He said that it has become too bureaucratic, too intransparent. And furthermore, his critique of imperialism turned again against the United States, who he argues did not heed the advice of the United Nations Security Council in the case of Yugoslavia and Iraq. And clearly, just like in his science fiction subplot, the mere existence of global governance cannot save the world from imperial violence, not only in the case of US, and we see this in this current geopolitical climate. Now, what was Aitmatov's suggestions? Both in terms of environmental and imperial destruction, his suggestions were dialogue and responsibility, both politically as well as morally. He saw, for instance, in the European Union, a new model of responsible politics. How much that turned out to be true is a whole other question, of course. But dialogue and responsibility might then create unity among a divided global civilization. And to Aitmatov, this was not just a question of global governance, it was a question of the very survival of humanity. And in one conversation with the philosopher Ikeda, he expressed his doubts, and this is rather gloomy. If humanity wants to survive and to continue the species, it has to unite. I just said if it wants to, maybe it doesn't want to. The instinct of self-preservation seems to have been extinguished. In some cases, it is even completely extinct. This needs to be said, no matter how bitter and terrible it sounds. So to him, humans will only be able to survive if they unite as one, and for that, we need some sort of global structures, some sort of global governance. And for Aitmatov, these were not only questions of politics or international relations, but also questions of morality and ethics. And the question really remains, are humans ready to work together as one in order to guarantee both peace and human survival? Thank you.
Thank you, Verena, for your presentation. It's a very, of course, important and remarkable novel that we even today is very much relevant to our political context. And our next presenter is, just a second. Is Kamila Ashat from High School of Economics, University, Moscow, Russia. And her presentation is titled Framing Nuclear Policy, Coverage of the Nuclear Power Plant Construction in the Kazakhstan News Media.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. I need to make a little disclaimer that I study media and communication. So my major research interest is media studies. So I will talk about my recent research framing nuclear policy on the case of nuclear power plant construction and its coverage in Kazakhstan news media. So the main research question is how Kazakhstan news media frame the construction of nuclear power plant. I will start with main definitions of the research. So frame is interdisciplinary concept used in a variety of research fields, but the most relevant for media studies is Robert Entman's definition. According to him, framing essentially involves selection and salience. Frames then define problems, determine what is causal agent is doing with what benefits and what costs, usually measured in terms of common cultural values. Then frames diagnose causes. Identify the forces creating the problem, also make moral judgments, evaluate causal engine and its effect, and finally suggests remedies, justify and offer the treatment for the problem and predict their likely effects. So this analytical structure of Robert Entman's four-part operationalization model constitutes the basis of the analysis of the research. Then speaking about typology of frames, binary scheme of class de Vries identifies two groups, issue-specific frames and generic frames. So certain frames pertinent only to specific topics or events, so they are labeled as issue-specific. Other frames transcend thematical limitations and can be identified in relation to different topic and cultural contexts and even over time. So those frames are generic frames. Also, a study uses a set of frames on nuclear energy proposed by William Gamson and Amadeo Modigliani. They refer to frame as the interpretative package that give a meaning to an issue. They distinguish 6 packages or frames on the topic of nuclear energy, which represent 2 groups of frames, pro-nuclear and anti-nuclear. I will tell a little bit more about each frame on specific examples a little bit later. Then section criteria for empirical base. The chronological framework is due to Vladimir Putin's statement about the possibility of construction of nuclear power plant in Kazakhstan at the press conference with Qasem-Jomart Tokayev on April 3rd in 2019. So the sample includes publications, articles published between April 3rd, 2019 to April 3rd, 2022. Currently, studies of media system of Kazakhstan and topology are insufficiently developed, so there is no technical base for data collection. And existing databases of media system in Kazakhstan do not include a publication from the news media, so the empirical data were collected manually from 10 leading news media in Kazakhstan, and as you can see, the news media represent two groups in accordance with a general political discourse in their publication. So the first group includes such media as Kazinform, Tengri News, Habar, Zakon KZ, and Baige News, and the second opposition sample news media includes such media as Azatlık, Kastaq, Urda, The Village Kazakhstan, and Vlast Media. As I mentioned, the second key distinction in empirical data was language of publication. So search engines were used on the websites of news media themselves with the keyword IS, like Atomная электростанция, in the headings, and the text for publication in 2 languages, and additionally for Kazakh language, it's Atom электростанция. So then, since research hypothesis assumes the difference in frames in accordance with the political discourse of the media and the language of publication, from the general selection of 331 publication, random 25 texts were selected for each group. So as you can see, publication from state media in Kazakh and Russian language, and publications from opposition media in Kazakh and Russian language. Also, it's important to mention that the number of publications are not balanced by each linguistic and discursive group. So to avoid shift in the sample and increase representativeness, the proportional number of texts was selected for the final sample of 100 publications. So the results. State media publications are characterized by pro-nuclear frames. First is progress. This frame shows the problem of nuclear energy from the point of view of society's commitment to technological development and economical growth. In Russian language sample of state media, the nuclear power plant construction is framed as a potential solution. But the question is, what's the reason for it? And the reason for it is the argument that in Kazakhstan there is an existing and expecting shortage of electricity by 2035. So the nuclear power plant is going to be a good solution that can avoid that situation. And also in this progress frame, the main positive agency is attributed to Russian nuclear corporation Rosatom. Then frame energy independence, also pro-nuclear frame, assuming independence from other countries in the energy field. The most striking example of this frame is an appeal to case of blackout of last year in 3 Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. So here, the power plant is framed as the way to avoid such situations like blackouts and that the need of Kazakhstan to have its own energy sources. And one more frame is a runaway, which is representing federalism and humility, but not the opposition, which is important, and also accepting nuclear power as an unavoidable fact of technological development. Also with a concern with the results that can consequences that can come as a result of it. Here's an example for frame progress. Also, this frame is dominant in the whole sample. So as I said before, the main positive agency in Russian language sample of state media is given to Russian Rosatom. But in Kazakh language sample of the same frame, it's given to East and South Asia. So also the causal contribution is based not only the electricity shortage, but on the historical background of the Kazakhstan. as a competence that we can build our own nuclear power plant. So this necessity also is based on the example of simple license test site. Then the opposition media. Opposition media publications are characterized by anti-nuclear frames. First is public accountability frame. It's an anti-corporate package reflecting financial interests of corporation involved in energy production, such as Rosatom, for example. Then soft path, an anti-nuclear package promoting safety and environmental issues. This frame is clearly seen in the publication in Kazakh language about protests against nuclear power plant construction. And it's promoting the idea that nuclear power plant can lead to ecological and environmental catastrophe and influence the ecology of Kazakhstan. And the final frame is one of my favorite, not only because of its awesome name, Devil's Bargain. That's the only ambivalent package that combining pro-nuclear frames with a frame runaway. And one more example, frame public accountability. And here we again see the agency to Rosatom, but the crucial moment is that if in frame progress, we saw how Russia is framed as a good partner in nuclear energy because of its competence or their experience in building of nuclear facilities. But here, Russia's hand is labeled as a threat. And moreover, in Kazakh language sample, the same political agency is attributed to China. And the case of nuclear power plant construction is covered in the context of Chinese government One Belt, One Road project, where the power plant construction is framed as the way to get dependence from the Kazakhstan as one of the countries that received loan under this project from China. So to resume, here's a small diagram with framing mechanisms of one frame by language factor. So as analyzed materials shown, the same frame can have different causal interpretation, agency, categorization, and generalization, but on the basis of the language of publication. For example, we can see how on the generalization level, how typology of frame is implemented. So in the first case in Russian language, we see that it's based on the world experience, on international context. But on the other hand, in Kazakh language, we see that it is based on local cases. So this leads us to the key meteorological problem, that the issue of the nuclear energy has become the starting point for discussions about inconsistency within frame. So the main point is that, well, reaching the level of personalization again. And the main questions are, what is the frame then? If one frame has differences in the elements and mechanisms of framing, what is the boundaries of frame, and how do we work with frame analysis of media content in countries with uneven language situation, which is also reflected in the media landscape? So that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Camila, for your presentation. Now we would like to open the floor for questions. So you can ask questions to any of the three speakers. And also questions online are accepted as well. So the first question is from Gulnur.
Thank you for very interesting presentations. My question is addressed to Professor Burhanov. Very interesting presentation. Thank you. So as far as I understood, you read the history textbooks from 2010 and 2020, right? So if for 10th grade, let's say 10th grade, was it only one edition or several editions of the 10th grade? If there were several editions, do you detect any differences between editions? Like some narratives are growing, improving in terms of victimization or others? I mean, so many geopolitical situation is changing, rapidly changing, and are there any detectable differences in editions? This is the first question. And second question, as far as I know, victimization didn't concern only famine, genocide, concerned not only happened in Kazakhstan, but in other Soviet countries like Ukraine and other. Are there any contrast also reflected in those textbooks? I mean, are those books only showing that only Kazakh society was victimized or were subjected to those genocide, or are there any also reflection of contrast in like Kyrgyzstan or Ukraine? And the last final question is, what are policy implications? Do you think, in your personal view, these narratives are building, improving nationalism in negative sentiments? So thank you. So please elaborate on this.
I guess we probably collect two more questions and then proceed with answers. So there is one more question from Bahajan Kurmanov, also to Aziz. The question is, can Kazakhstan use the Golden Horde past in the decolonized history? Any other questions?
Right.
Okay. So
I have a question
Peter.
for Camelia. In the nuclear literature, there is a significant difference in the support of nuclear power between women and men. And I noticed in your discussion, you never discussed anything about how gender frames the discussion in the media. And I wonder if you've actually had any analysis on how gender actually influences the framing in nuclear power support or non-support.
Yes.
Thank you for the questions. Very good question. So I looked at this two sets of textbooks. So in the textbooks market, there's a sort of a duopoly. So there are two publishing houses, Atamura and Mektep, which publish pretty much everything. So they have, each of them has variation in Russian and in Kazakh. So there are 4 sets. And then within that, you also have different tracks in terms of, for science schools and for humanity sort of tracks. So you have some variety there. But basically, we're looking at a market that is very much concentrated in those two publishing houses. And if you look closer at the authors, you pretty much have a lot of overlaps. So basically, same circle of people writing textbooks. So it's an interesting situation. So it's not as as diverse. But it's not a single thing. So it's and when it comes to differences, not so much. You don't see that many differences. There are some nuances here and there. For example, when I was looking at the textbooks in Kazakh and in Russian, I was expecting a bit more of a difference. And I was doing some research before on the media between Kazakh and differences between Kazakh and Russian newspapers, for example, news outlets talking about nationalism, language, and so on. And there you have enormous differences. You're looking at very different narratives up to the level of, kind of like in Belgium, where you have Flemish and French-speaking parts which never really overlap. So in that sense, I think, and when I was expecting this to see something like that in the textbooks, and I didn't actually see that. So there are some differences. I think one noticeable, remarkable difference was that, for example, when talking about Kazakh-Jungar wars, Russian textbooks just mentioned, oh yeah, there was an Andrakhay battle and stuff like that, and then you open the Kazakh textbooks and it just goes on and on for pages about battle spirit and how important it is and that sort of stuff. But for the most part, aside from that, you don't really see that much difference. So in general, not so much. But for the question of victimization, yes, Kyrgyzstan and Ukraine are mentioned in the context, but of course, primary focus is on Kazakhstan. We suffered the most. We suffered. It was really us who were really the sort of the victim. And for policy implications, I think it's a broader question that is in the air. I think, you know, are we 30 plus years after independence, are we sort of expecting to see some changes in the narrative? I think we see now in this last few years, there is more and more focus on opening up the archives. And I think just yesterday, actually, we saw in the news that the new set of documents has been unearthed and presented in the Karlag. So I think there is a demand, a growing demand from the society to discuss, at least have some discussion about this. Whether or not we'll see changes in the historical narrative in schools, that's a bit more distant, because usually those changes don't happen overnight. So of course, there is some sort of a time lag here to be expected. But here, I think in general, I think that, yes, there is a very important policy implication here. So what do we, how do we frame the history of Kazakhstan and the Soviet part, and what kind of narrative are we taking forward to the younger generation, to school kids? So what are we basing our identity upon? And that is a huge question to which I don't think there is any easy answer here. And question from Bahajan about Golden Horde. I'm a little skeptical here. I think this is just way too far in history. I think something more recent, Kazakh-Jungar wars, Kazakh-Russian relationships, yes, but the Golden Horde is just way too far. It has been surrounded by all kinds of myths, and you have people like Jacques Sabitov who tries to sort of deconstruct some of those myths with some degree of success, I guess, but for the most part, it would seem to me that this is just way too far. I think this is not exactly a decolonization narrative.
Thank you, from Peter. It was for.
Yes, thank you for the question. When it comes to framing of gender, I can say that my material hasn't shown any specific framing tools. I think it depends on the question about how public opinion is framed about should we have this nuclear power plant or should we not? As I research, I haven't find any specific results that can say that women or men can have difference in their opinion, because in the media content and publication that I have analyzed, the amount and the people at all are presented just one big amount of people who have opinion like, yes, we should have, or not, we shouldn't have. So I think it also maybe can be also comes to the question of the set of frames. Maybe if there is a special frame focusing on the gender and on the specific theme, how promoting the differences in how public opinion is framed by the specific groups, I think I would tell a little bit more about it. But as if I base on my analysis, I can say there is a specific framing tools or mechanisms in gender agenda. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Muratbek, then who? Any other questions? Yes, please.
Okay, so thanks again. The same topic on the framing. I have some difficulty in understanding your methodology. The 2x2 table and the 25s in each corner roughly give me the idea that you had roughly 4 articles per each issue on both sides. If you can clarify that part, that seems to be, even though the total number is 100 per each issue, seems to be very low, especially given that you have 3 years of duration. And so you basically, maybe I'm misreading, but this looks like very small, rather simple to make such big arguments. That's just one. On the other side, framing of the nuclear, as we know from the global practice, has various forms, not only in the newspapers or websites of these traditional sources of the media, or there's also the social media, which is mobilizing, at least in the case of Germany, has made the biggest change ever in the nuclear policy to have essentially led to the shutdown of the nuclear. So if you could clarify on the methodology and your choice of excluding the social media. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. The first is, yes, my sample included 100 publications. So I analyzed them all. Then, in accordance with the 6 frames, I had the result. So there was, I don't know, can you repeat your question, please? What's the key point?
Well, maybe I frame it simply, how many articles did you have per each issue on one side?
For every frame, you mean?
You had the 2x2, and then you had pro and con in Kazakh and Russian, and so per each.
Well,
we can take it separately if it's too difficult.
Well, there was 100 publications, and for each case there were picked by the analysis scheme. So the case for each frame is coming from the analyzing material itself. So I can say I can count the number of cases. So is this clear? Oh, it wasn't clear. Okay. And what was the second question?
Choice of excluding social media.
Yes, social media is not included in my research because my main focus is the mainstream media. Because if we will have all media resources like newspapers, digital media, and social media, it's really difficult to structure the analysis. So the analysis of the research of social media can be as a future measures of this topic. So it's not matchable for media studies to take social media as well as, for example, television or digital news media as I did.
Thank you. Any other questions? Aziz, please, Aziz, I don't see you.
Yeah, I have a question about Chingiz Aytmatov. I guess if you look at sort of broader picture, do you see the same framing or same messages in this whole sort of Soviet cohort, if you will, of Central Asian writers, such as, obviously Chingiz Aytmatov, but also Ozha Süleymanov, maybe Gabit Musrepov and Sabit Mukanov. Is there sort of, I guess my question is Chingiz Aytmatov's case unique, or is it something that we see of this in this generation of writers who are essentially Central Asian, but writing primarily in Russian and educated and born and growing through the Russian, the Soviet system? So I guess that would be my question.
Thank you. Do you mean a question of how they look at the Soviet Union as an imperial power? It's very difficult. I haven't in that studied all of the authors, but what I can say is that often there's a lot of ambiguity towards the Soviet Union, like seeing it both as some sort of modernization and then also as like a very centralized form of government that opposes structures on the periphery, so to say. And I would say that we find that, and I would also argue that, well, in Aytmatov, I'll say a bit about Aytmatov, like you also see a shift in his writing from his early career stage when he wrote this really like pro-Soviet literature about the kolkhozes and yes, we're working up the land and we're constructing socialism, where you have this whole euphoria kind of for the Soviet state and for technology. And then I feel the shift is coming just like really in the 80s, particularly with his first novel, that he writes more critical, or like even his earlier works are also more critical, maybe about the war, but not really anti-Soviet. And I think this criticism of imperialism comes more into his later works.
Any other questions? So we have still plenty of time, please.
Thank you. I have a question for Aziz. Well, this is maybe beyond the presentation. So just out of curiosity and also interest in the topic, so I have a question. You show that there is differences in terms of a Kazakh language and Russian language in describing the past history of Kazakhstan. And I understand that history textbook is a tool usually used by political elites or the ruling elites to pass down what should be the official memory of Kazakhstan to the next generations. But in the other hand, do you see any differences between the elite versus public memory? Well, it could be any of those examples that you presented today, or in general. Is there any contestation between, even within public? So some people may see the Great Famine in 1930s is genocide. Some people argue that it is not genocide. And do you think, is there any directions you can observe in terms of the relations with respect to the political elite and public?
Yeah, very good question. So I'll try to sort of offer some reflection, but it's a little beyond what we did here in this project. You're absolutely right that there is certainly, understanding that history narrative is a tool for nation building that is used with the purpose, right? But when it comes to sort of this dichotomy between the elite or establishment and the people, I think there is certainly some discrepancies. I think in general, yes, and I think I have some students here who are doing a project just recently under my supervision, looking at the state and public perception of the state narrative, and I think they could offer more on that topic, perhaps. But I think in general, yes, there is general perception that in at least portion of the society is not necessarily okay with the message that is being transmitted from the government. In other words, they're certainly saying, well, maybe there is more to that, and maybe, well, the state narrative is not as convincing as it might be, as it used to be. And I think with the growing demographic changes in this country, I think country has reached that stage where there is certainly societal demand, and especially Kazakhstan being a very young society, I think in general this certainly has also a generational aspect here. So when you look at the sort of political class, mostly being Soviet educated, Soviet trained, you also have a little bit of a rupture here because most population in Kazakhstan is born after 1991, so it's a very young society. So there is definitely some aspect of more debates about decolonization, about other aspects that are coming from the bottom, not necessarily from the top. So on that note, I think yes, there is certainly some interesting debates going on in that sense, where the messages transmitted from the top may not necessarily be as convincing anymore. And I think there's definitely some room for maybe further bottom-up sort of shaping in that sense. Yes, thank you.
Okay, the question from Gulnur, and also I have some questions.
Okay, thank you. This question maybe is beyond of your research that you presented now, Professor Burkhanov. Very interesting. My Russian colleagues from Russia numerously highlight that nationalism narratives in Kazakhstan are strengthening, taking into account geopolitical conditions with Ukraine. And I watched some movie in addition, which also depicted genocide, very emotional. It is impossible to watch it without cry. Very emotional, and those people without critical thinking do not take it purely without any documentary or factual analysis. So what do you think, based on social media or media analysis and history textbooks, does this concern has has solid grounds that the state should address, and what are states' response to this growing nationalism rhetorics in Kazakhstan? Thank you.
Actually, my question is also very much similar, relevant to what Gulnur's mentioned. So first, I would like to ask Verena. So this novel was written a long time ago during the Soviet period. So to what extent do you think that it is relevant today? And in terms of also global governance, how and contemporary context of the global governance, is it relevant? What are the implications, right? And a question to Camila and Aziz, you also deal with discourses, right? And when we talk about discourses and texts, we cannot think about them separately from the reality, right? Because discourse influences the reality, reality influences discourse. So these kind of things are interrelated. So what Gulnur mentioned, like, what would be the response on the part of the government? In other words, what are the implications and the so what question, right? So what question? For instance, in case of your research, as is in my research as well, do you think there's differences in terms of Russian language and Kazakh language textbooks? Why do we have these differences? I mean, what are the implications of these differences for Russian and Kazakh-speaking audiences? And does the government do that intentionally? So are there, more negative implications for that, right? And for Camila, so I didn't get like, so what is the dominant discourse? What is the dominant discourse about this nuclear plant construction, right? And what would be the implications? And what is the reaction on the ground to this? Thank you.
Gulnur, excellent question. So when it comes to policy implications, I think it seems to me anyway, and this is a very sort of, just an observation really, it seems to me that the official narrative is getting more and more aware of this growing demand from the society. And I think, again, I just mentioned that yesterday there was another set of documents being unearthed from about the Sholok, for example. And there are several commissions within the Institute of History that is charged, that is tasked with opening up the archives and dealing with documents from 1930s and repressions. So from what we can observe, at least to some extent, we can see that the government is trying to at least cater to some of the demands. Of course, again, as I said, it's quite unlikely that any of Central Asian countries will, completely deny the Soviet heritage. That's not going to happen for good reasons. But in general, we see certainly some attempt to maybe at least gradually, carefully open up more and cater to that demand. Again, we do not really we're not really in a position to expect an overnight change of the narrative. But over time, I think in general, it seems that there are some mild signs that government is aware of this demand, and maybe this will be happening in the next few years. So more archives, more research, more money to scholarly studies, more documents will be open, released to public. So I think that's what I see as a sort of as a response, if you will. So yeah, I think and same here. I think we just discussed this. I think in this project that in terms of language, you don't actually see that much difference into textbooks. In the newspapers, yes. In sort of general discourse, yes. But textbooks, not so much. Maybe because it's more, there's more control, more agency from the government, essentially, channeling these differences. So yes, there are differences, but they're not as substantial. So here, I think it's a bit different compared to, let's say, media or social media discourse, for that matter. I'll stop here.
I'll be very short. When it comes to nuclear energy discourse, I can say that the progress discourse is dominant. Even so, in opposition and state media, there's it has more covered in the media. So this idea of society's commitment to ecological and technological at the same time, and at the same time economic growth, that's the main idea. Because when we see the publication about protests or the environmental issues, there is nowhere less content on that topic. So I can say that the main discourse is about technological progress and the necessity of nuclear generation. So that's what I want to say.
Yeah, Professor Sharipova, thank you for your question about the about the importance of Aitmatov for today. I think it's very relevant because the novel is really also trying to think about like global problems that we have and that we are seeing now also here, like with climate change. We see that we have global problems, environmental problems that might eventually change the climate of the Earth to such an extent that humans might not be able to survive. And so I think this analogy of the exoplanet, where there is a planetary desiccation, so the planet is drying up from the inside. And of course, when we look at the narrative through the astronauts' point of view, they think about it as this technophilic utopia. And it's really this geoengineering kind of utopia that we also find nowadays when we hear about how people talk about climate change. It's like, we will find technological solutions or we will go to Mars. I mean, we have these same conversations now. And I think the novel is really kind of pointing to the problem that technological advance might bring solutions, but it might also create new problems. And so I think Aitmatov is highly relevant because this whole dream of geoengineering is a very simple solution to a very complex problem. And I think in his thoughts about global governments, I mean, he doesn't call it global governance, he doesn't use those words, but he uses like globalization and we need global structures. And also his thoughts about a dialogue and responsibility. It's just like more focus on the really hard work that you need to do when you want to establish systems like global systems that can somehow prevent wars, that can prevent imperial rivalries, or that can prevent these sorts of destructions. That is actually like really difficult and hard work and requires a lot of effort from a lot of people. And I think that just stands out maybe as a counter narrative to the very easy thought of, oh, we just will find some sort of technology that will save us. Because I think with that thought, we might just run into more problems. And I think it's necessary to realize that these really big global problems, they also take a global effort, of course, and it's difficult to do that because it takes a lot of very tiny steps.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no other questions, then I would like to conclude our session. Thank you so much. Yes, we finish a little bit earlier, and you have more time maybe to communicate, to network with each other. And our next session will start, I think it's 3:30 in 1022, right? Which is the red hall. Yes, and we'll have a book launch. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.